I'm cold, steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon.
You'll still have common days. Forget someone's name mid-conversation. Count your tips at the end of your shift. Buy something disappointing off the internet. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life. You'll still have common days.
We had to pump fake you for a second, but welcome in everyone to NECC Collegiate Marvel Rivals. This is the playoffs leading into the Forge Trials that'll be happening in May 13th to the 17th. Definitely want to tune in when that happens. And the Forge Trials, for those who don't know, is presented by the Army National Guard. Find your calling at nationalguard.com for that as well. They are presenting partners for the major LAN event that'll be going on in May, so definitely recommend tuning in to that. But Shibby, we do have some stellar matchups that'll be happening here for our first stint of the playoffs in Marvel Rivals. Our first matchup, why don't you tell the folks at home a little bit about it?
Yeah, I'm really excited. We've got a pretty star-studded match here. Fisher Navy versus the Terp Esports crew. Fisher, obviously, we talked about them last split or last semester along with Northwood. They were the two teams that kind of really gathered up some of the pro players, some of the best ones out there, gave them scholarships, allowed them to play Marvel Rivals at the collegiate level, which is always amazing, right? Some of these guys are tier 1 pros. Some of these guys, as our names are swapped, that's Vaudable, I'm Shibby. But some of these guys, Vaudable, you may be casting in the future, right? That's crazy. Potentially casting them in the future on a LAN event or a Worlds LAN or something like that. But
I mean,
the rosters there.
We might potentially be casting them at the Forge Trials as well, as the crazy thing if they do make it there. That's what we hope to see for these teams. But yeah, I mean, Fisher Navy, we know some of these names: Haluk, Sleep Eye, Maz, Rage Puppies, 123, Orpheus, and Unread. Sleep Eye, I mean, you've seen in Marvel Rivals pro play for such a long time. Haluk as well, actually playing in OCE this time instead. Yes. So hopping across the pond, seeing if they can make some waves down there as well. And Sleep Eye still looking for the right fit for this season. Unfortunately didn't qualify for Ignite, was playing on a team called Jetpack Cats, which was kind of ironic. Yes. Did pretty well in that squad, but unfortunately didn't qualify. So hopefully we'll see them in MRC coming up soon. And then, well, Vaudable, or Shibby, if you can tell us a little bit about Terp's premiere.
Yeah, Infectious, Underclown, Sushi Donut, 321, Jay, and Carrot. None of these guys are really super pro players necessarily, or tier 1 pros. I believe one of these guys was a substitute for Shikigami.
Yeah, that was Carrot.
Yeah, it was Carrot. So has some experience, has probably scrimmed potentially against Sleep Eye or Haluk or even some of these other players. So there's a little bit of a sauce there for Terps here. I know this is a very David Goliath style matchup. Fisher Navy for sure have the advantage with their pro player experience, with obviously them kind of just destroying the bracket so far. But I know this isn't impossible for Terp. We are in a new season, by the way.
That's
Vaudable. True. A lot of things have changed. The fundamental pacing of Marvel Rivals has changed here, right? 20% ultimate charge cost nerf across the board for DPS or Vanguards, Duelists, and Strategists. Strategists don't get their support ultimates as often, and Duelists and tanks have to work a little bit harder on the damage side to get their ultimates. Yeah, it's definitely... I wouldn't say it's slowed the pace of the game necessarily in terms of like it's made the game feel slower. It's just made the neutral much more important. And you realize like, hey, this Cloak and Dagger isn't going to have her 50th ultimate this round.
They still do have a lot of them, though, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But, Shibby, there's some certain uncommon traits that these teams might have that'll lead them to victory that we have written down and want to present for you all to let you know exactly what to expect from these teams. So why don't you tell us about the uncommon traits here about Fisher Navy?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier, pro player experience. Again, there's not too many teams that have as many pros as Fisher Navy or Fisher in general. Like we said, Northwood was one of those teams. You got a couple pros scattered amongst the different tiers and amongst different teams, tier 2 and even some tier 1 pros. They literally could be most schools' main team. You can take half of this roster and probably place them on any of the other Division 1 teams here, and it would probably still be a really good team, and they would probably make it to grand finals or at least semis. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if you took half of them there. And obviously, killer accuracy from their duelist lineup. We talked about Sleep Eye. I mean, these guys are just, a cut above the rest. And like you mentioned, Vaudable, I wouldn't be surprised if Sleep Eye, somewhere, midway through the season or after the first part of Marvel Rivals Ignite, if his phone begins to ring with some of these teams that might be underperforming.
What's interesting too is like we have seen Sleep Eye play that duelist, but they're actually listed as a Vanguard for their team too. So kind of flexing a little bit there for their side. And I kind of like having like the two pro players in at the front line to hold things down for your team and let the rest of your team kind of shine in the other roles there specifically. But let's talk a little bit about Terp's Premier as well and their uncommon traits that they have to change the game and try to make it to victory. So they're the dark horse contenders in this matchup for a reason, but you can't doubt them too much. They have a pretty unique hero composition, so that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for their opponents to ban them out. And of course, they have the power of friendship to lead them to victory. That's what you need at the end of the day. So these are their uncommon traits. Will it be enough to take down a Fisher? I guess we will see. But these uncommon traits are brought to you by the Army National Guard. Find your calling at nationalguard.com as always. But let's talk about the matchup that we have here. Again, random domination as before, and we keep it going with the MRC bans, I believe. And this is going to be my first MRC ban matchup on the new patch, because last patch it had some interesting syncs up between okay, are we letting Gambit through? Are we not? We kind of see that in pro play, but they have Ignite bans, so it's usually one-sided, right? So I'm really curious on what the focus is going to be here, Shibby, for those bans, especially because of those alt charge nerfs. I mean, maybe we'll see some Captain America because his Freedom Charge is able to give you that ult boost. And even with the nerfs from Gambit, we've still seen him be played or banned every single time in pro play. So we got pro players in this lobby. We probably see something to that facet at least.
Dive is back, Vaudable. At least that's what I've been feeling, and that's what I've been seeing here.
Dive never left, though, to be fair, in pro play.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think Dive has just now hit the radio waves, right? Everyone else is now like, oh, we can play this, we can play that. Hulk is allegedly back for all 10 Hulk players. That is amazing, and there's a lot more coming out of the woodwork.
Hulk's like
finally.
SS tier, people were saying.
Wow, I don't know about that. Depends on who's piloting him. I would say if you're one of the 4 pro Hulk players, Cart Lover comes to mind, right? Vaudable. He's somebody that
He's never gonna get that through the ban draft. I just know once we get into the matches this weekend, it's not gonna happen.
No, not at all. I don't think so. But I don't know about SS tier. It just depends, right? Because Emma got some buffs. I think the Emma buffs feel really nice with her ultimate. Obviously, the diamond form reduction. I like the Magneto changes that happened. Makes him more, self bubbling. The cooldown on it dropped 2 seconds, but the ally bubble went up a couple seconds. So now
it was a much needed change, in my opinion. It adds
Yeah.
back the skill expression that we saw, right? Where it used to be the only one bubble that they could use. So they had to time exactly when they were putting it either on their ally or themselves as they needed. So makes it a little bit more difficult, but kind of back in favor of what we used to have for that as well. And then, of course, the Captain America changes. I guess they were buffs in some ways, nerfs in another because of the animation cancel. I know a lot of the Cap mains are still upset about that. Yes, you still technically can get the same amount of damage output per second, but it's not about the per second. It's about being able to chase people down and be able to hit them from afar. In my mind, kind of benefits a little bit more than doing damage up close, especially when you're trying to poke people and run away and disengage as you can as you're stalling. So it's a little bit of a playstyle change for the Captain America players out there. So I'm curious if we'll see any Cap this go around or not. I mean, as you mentioned, we've seen like a lot of Venom being played too. I mean, Venom's had a couple of changes here and there. I think their cancel tech as well got taken out. Unfortunately, I saw Snake Case mentioning that too. So a little bit harder to play. But oh my goodness, we have Charter Space from Hydra. This is crazy. Wow.
This is random, by the way.
Yeah, this is random. We usually get like Krakoa or something.
Yes, yeah, a better map. You mean, AKA, we usually get a better map. Like, whatever, it's fine. Yeah, don't, when we, again, these guys are pro players. I know everybody's looking at the ranks. Oh, they're only Celestial. They're only GM3. Guys, the rank reset just happened. all the pros are in like Celestial 2, Celestial 3 right now.
They need
like
to fix
top
that,
500. Yeah. I don't even want to talk about my placements. I did Hulk only placements. What 2 and 8 today? I was just
Hulk only.
Hulk only. Hulk only. I was like, you know
did this
what?
to yourself, Shibby. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. That's true. I was inspired. Elsa Van coming in for the Terps. Yeah, Elsa's still busted. Elsa's still bad. I'm really excited to see if that ever gets let through this weekend. I highly doubt it, but I feel like, oh, do we save Gambit here? The Mantis ban is prototypical, especially from a team like Fisher. They understand how powerful it is. Triple Strategist allegedly is nerfed, but still kind of good.
It's still pretty
you just
good.
have to run. Yeah, you just have to run 2 off supports now instead of the double main support, 1 off.
Vanpool.
So now, yeah, Vanpool.
I mean,
love
even
that
though we
save.
saw like nerfs with Vanpool, I mean, it didn't really change too much. I think you can still reset if you just jump off the map, right? For your ultimate too, if I'm not mistaken. They still need to fix that. But Daredevil does get through. I mean, even with the nerfs from Daredevil, because dive is so much better now, like you can still dive really well with Daredevil. So like they were needed nerfs, because if you didn't do that and we just had the Daredevil from before, would have been a crazy situation. But that's definitely a target ban on the Thor. So you probably have like Thor, Daredevil diving in, so they get rid of them instead. And Thor's been pretty good with that too.
Speaking of Daredevil, Born Again, I believe, premieres tonight, right?
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
I still need to catch up on the previous seasons. Like I've watched the first one, but I didn't have a chance to like watch the rest of them.
You're missing out. You're missing out.
Yeah.
Namor as well coming in here. Namor's been very popular. So with the new changes that have happened, right, with dive kind of coming back, many teams, both at the higher level and even some downs, even like GM, Diamond, they will just open with Hella Namor out of spawn because they're just kind of like, hey, this is the best anti-dive tool.
Team Up's still
Sometimes
there.
we've seen, yeah, Team Up is still there. We've also seen Namor Winter Soldier, like the double anti-dive tech, which
No
is absolutely
save?
diabolical. Terps with no save. Technically, no save is a save if you kind of think about it, as long as your hero doesn't get banned. I don't know. Weird.
I mean, we've seen like
Schrodinger's
I
save.
talked about pump fakes before, right? Like we did at the beginning of the broadcast. But I mean, we typically sometimes see that with teams in this as well, just to feel out like what the other team's focusing on as well. So you don't want to like give them an idea of what you're going to be playing based on what you're protecting, right? If you already know like something you would protect is going to get through anyway. So kind of leaves it up in the air of mystery on what exactly composition you're going to showcase. But Cloak and Dagger, I mean, we've seen that banned across the board. We saw the support strike going on, so not too surprised with the Jeff the Shark ban, especially if you're playing dive. Jeff is really good for dive because they can just follow them the bubbles with the speed boost too. You can go in even faster and like just bob and weave. That's what we like to see with them. So I would definitely recognize getting rid of them. And I feel like Namor's also a good counter to it, but because the ult charge nerfs, it might be more difficult to build it up. The Horned Proteuses, you used to be able to a lot more easily.
Yeah, I mean, also the big thing, the reason Jeff's a dive enabler, you obviously mentioned the bubbles, but the fact that he can heal you from like a mile away without any, it's
no fall
so
off.
far. Yeah, no fall off on the heal, right? So you can stand super far back, enable your divers. It's very, very easy. Kind of the same thing with Carrot picking up Rocket here. Virtually the same thing.
Yeah.
You could throw your heals from a super long area away. It's more burst healing, though, whereas Jeff's a little bit more consistent over time. But with Vanpool being let through, yeah, I expect both of these teams to lock it in ASAP. Although Sleep by, he's going to opt in for the instant teleport, and we're playing some good old ethical Marvel Rivals here. 2-2-2 compositions across the board, Marvel Rivals. Vaudable, the world is healing.
Yeah, the world is healing, even though the healers were striking for a bit there. But we do have the portal play coming through here from Sleep Eye, rocking the Doctor Strange costume that we have here as well. Love to see it. The new Namor costume coming out pretty soon too. Saw the peaks of that as well, which is pretty interesting. But I do like seeing Sleep Eye here on kind of the shield Vanguard role, primary Vanguard for their team, locking it down and using the team up as well for Invisible Woman for the extra heals and damage, which I think is just such a useful factor, especially with the dark magic that they have available to them, already getting KOs.
Yeah, and I love the fact that, you know, this team up is still here, right? The Doctor Strange, Invisible Woman. I thought they were going to do some adjustments to it. I thought they were going to, like, nerf it a little bit, but I actually really like it. The survivability, the brawl capabilities with Doctor Strange. Also, kind of lets you use it as a pseudo anti-dive tool if you're kind of playing more grouped. I really like this from Fisher. Playing a much more anti-dive composition because they understand that, hey, the burden of execution is on Terps. If they want to run Psylocke, if they want to run Daredevil, all this stuff, then they've got to actually be able to fight into us. And I think it's really tough for Terps to get a beat on anyone on Fisher Navy, especially when you're running Loki Invis.
Yeah, composition-wise, I mean, I'd say Fisher Navy have the advantage here as well. I mean, Haluk on the Van Pool, we see Infectious kind of mirroring it there, but we haven't really seen enough out of Terps Premier. They have some good workings, but we talked about, you know, the unique hero pool from them, and I think when they're facing directly with this Fisher Navy lineup, they just don't have enough damage output against them.
And a nice team fight win from Fisher. Again, catching that dive. I like to view Fisher's composition as a giant baseball glove.
Yeah.
And Terps is coming in with the fastball. That's literally how I like to view it. And as long as Fisher Navy don't drop the ball, as long as it doesn't get bunted, they're able to catch this dive pretty much every single time. As long as Maz's positioning is, you know, elite, Unread, or you know, Unread is looking at, you know, the right areas, setting up the perfect Loki clones, then you can really get a lot of value. And Terps is being pushed back at the moment. Eye of Agamotto is available. Rage Puppies did pop the Galactic Legend, is able to pick up Jay in the meantime. So that's a strategist down for Terps, and 90% and counting for Fisher Navy. This might be a flawless 0.1 victory.
Yeah, we might see the Hornet Proteus if it can get someone here. The team up using the Psionic Mayhem for Doctor Strange. They basically able to get Infectious out of the way. Got a mischief coming out from Carrot, though, trying to see if they could keep their team alive, but it was a way too late. Invisible Boundary. Ooh. That was a great hook, though, on it to Sleep Eye to cancel the Eye of Agamotto. See if they could stall the point long enough for potential portal, but everyone is back in the respawn room. No chances to touch down here. So Terps Premier will give up that first point to Fisher Navy. So onto the Super Soldier Factory here as we come back to ourselves for a little bit to break that down. But, I mean, Shibby, not too many notes to say for Fisher Navy. I mean, this is kind of what we expect from this roster. They have a pretty standard composition and pretty anti-dive, you could say, as well, especially with the Loki, right? Having those greens available to them whenever the dive does get activated. I mean, we didn't even really see the Let the Devil Out or the Heaven's Retribution come in either to try and take them down. So it's kind of a tough spot to find themselves in. But maybe in this next one, they'll be able to get some better flanking paths onto the objective. Either way, though, Fisher Navy feeling confident.
Now, what's crazy is you're seeing the, you know, ultimate charge cost nerfs in effect. Jay's at 80%. It was 3 team fight. Normally, we would see way more ults coming in here, but Jay's bringing an 80% invisible woman ult here. Looks like Terps is going to swap over to the triple strategist, that they're running the double main strategist, which is very interesting. So this variant, I feel, is much worse now due to the ultimate charge cost nerfs. What I've been seeing is like Atom plus Mantis, which is obviously banned right now, or like Ultron or something like that. So it feels like Terps are in a very tough position right now. Rage Puppy swapping away from the Star-Lord into the Daredevil, and just a whole boatload of damage onto Terps Premier's backline, and no amount of healing is going to stop that instantaneous burst.
It just shows like how good the Maelstrom of Madness is, especially with the Psionic Mayhem. The extra damage that comes from it, it pulls people in so they can't escape, and it's just, that's a tough thing to deal with. 3-2-1 though on the Spider-Man instead of the Adam Warlock this go around. So realize triple strategist might not be the way to go. Rage Puppy is at 1-2-3. We'll see if they can get a pick here though, as they do go in with the Daredevil. Objection, unfortunately, is they aren't really able to get the picks that they wanted. Trying to focus down the... Oh, I was going to say trying to focus down the Bucky, the Winter Soldier, as best they could, but that was a great counter from Sushi Donuts. And, well, we're going to have a little bit of a pitcher day here for Haluk.
Bit of a selfie, unfortunately. No one really in line of sight. Fisher has to let Haluk go down, not without taking one with him. Still a 5v5 on the point. Fisher Navy has had complete and total control. Horn available. Here comes the Kraken impact from Sushi Donut. The Horn of Proteus looking to do some work. That reset wasn't from a hero elimination, but was more from one of the clones of Loki. And Sushi Donut gets taken down nearly immediately. A lot of ults in the bank for Terps here. Maybe a Invisible Woman ultimate will be committed. 3-2-1 has swapped over to the Spider-Man. That's very interesting. Spider-Man getting a lot more prominence in pro play and in higher elo. A lot of people feeling that he's very strong. Nice 4-man Eye of Agamotto. Sleep Eye lands 2 KOs, and Rage Puppies is going to clean up the rest here. Fisher Navy, though, Maz is saying, you guys can just do all that. I am locking down the point. Me and my 2 friends, Jim and Job, the Squids.
Is that the names? I gotcha.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe every Namor player has their own names for the mantra spawns themselves, but Meteor M already coming up from
mine's are curse words.
here? What is going on? But Spider-Man does try to go in on the objective and gets directly countered by Jim himself, able to do some good damage, having to use the Luna Snow at Fate of Both Worlds to get onto the point from Carrots, and that was a dangerous tumble.
Almost gets pushed off here. Looks like the invisible boundary is going to be coming in from the copied Loki ultimate. Though we do see Eye of Agamotto coming out from Terps. Unfortunately, lands on to do. Haluk has swapped over the Black Panther. Brother, I have never seen you play that in my life.
Pulls it out when they're memeing is basically what it is. They realize that they don't need to have 2 Vanguards and more playing like they're in ranked currently. But I think they can't afford to be too overconfident is the big thing. I mean, yes, they are taking possession of the objective, but 1 stall could be enough for Terps Premier to change things around. Fortunately for them, they do have to face off against the King of the Seas in Maz, who is vanquishing them with their trident as much as they can.
Clean 2-0 on domination here for Fisher Navy. Dominant performance, but it's unexpected. I mean, like we said, David versus Goliath matchup.
Yeah.
We've seen what Fisher can do. We've seen how dominant they were through the regular season. I mean, this is just, another walk in the park for them, I say.
Ooh, Maz MVP there. Not too surprised for that either. I mean, we got to basically see their highlight reel at the end of that map in the Super Soldier Factory. So whenever you're playing Dive and you're facing off against a Namor, you're going to have a bad time. And that's what we've seen happen here. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see them try to go Dive again, banning the Namor outright. I mean, looking specifically at the bans that we had last go around, it was Elsa and then Gambit and then Cloak and Dagger. Honestly, I feel like they would have been better served banning the something else, I mean, before the Gambit, because we could have seen the Gambit save, I guess, come through. But I feel like maybe if they played Gambit against each other, they might have had better odds then, and then just focus a little bit more on the anti-dive lock-in that we did see from Fisher Navy. But you're kind of in a lose-lose situation, right, Shibby, depending on how things are going there. Because, okay, if you're trying to lock in dive, then the other team knows, okay, we got to focus on the anti-dive. And if you're trying to go just with the regular old Gambit into the Star-Lord or Punisher, you're also going to have a bad time if the other team is feeling a little bit more confident on those heroes. So it's a crazy, crazy time.
I feel like giving a pro team Gambit is like giving a shark a bazooka, man. You're not going to win. Like, it's just not going to work, right? Like, it's impossible.
Yeah.
It feels super unfair. Like, sure, you are also armed with the bazooka, but it doesn't matter because they're just better. They're just better at piloting it. That's Gambit. Really, that's his ultimate. It's a jet set one time, like, boom, go forward. They obviously, like you said, had the better Star-Lord player. You can combo that. It's a very good ult to combo with. Like you said, let the devil out as well. A lot of these AoE tick ultimates, these ones that can provide damage over time consistently, pairs perfectly with the Gambit ultimate. So I think you might be right. Like, maybe if everything that's broken is left open, you might have the best opportunity to beat them. But most of the time, these pro players are scrimming what's broken, right? They're playing the Elsa. They have the Elsa in the bag. They have the Gambit
Elsa's
ready to go
definitely
in case it ever gets open.
For sure.
Yeah, I feel like you cannot go mano a mano Elsa versus Elsa here. Maybe the Gambit. Maybe protect more brawl centric tanks, or maybe look for something a little bit different. I feel like trying to play dive into Fisher feels like they already know what to do, whereas you want to try to, use some of that more unorthodox hero pool, maybe bust out the Spider-Man like we saw. They seemed like they were doing a little bit better there, at least had the ultimate. But unfortunately, Maz with that Namor, solo Namor, by the way, had no
We've seen
Bucky,
so much
had
of that
no
too.
Hela.
I feel
Yeah,
like
it's too
Hella's
good,
kind
it's
of
too good.
fallen out a little bit in favor because like people would rather just play Phoenix, right, instead of Hella. So like you don't even have to rely on the team up as much as you used to, and Namor still gets so much value, especially because of their ultimates, using that for positioning, but also to shut down certain ultimates from the other team, especially if you can combo it in the ways that you need to with that as well. But even then, I think another big thing too that can't be understated, Loki. Loki is too good in this current meta. Didn't get a single nerf in this last patch, and they get their ultimate before anyone on the strategist lineup. I think like really close to it at least. So you're always going to see Loki get their ult first, copy their other strategist or your strategist, depending on what's being played, and then go in. And that's going to be a tough thing to calculate for. If you aren't as used to that. So we kind of saw a little bit of that with the way that Unread was playing their ultimates against Carrot on the other side. But we're going to Midtown here. I would not be too surprised if we see maybe some triple action, but I feel like that's kind of been falling out of favor recently. Most people just kind of going for the standard 2-2-2 instead.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Some people have even been doing 3-1-2 as well.
Yeah, I think they've been using like Thor and some of these more duelist, blooded, coded, I would say, vanguards, right? Think Thor,
Groot
think
and
Angela.
Thor as a combo is so annoying because the Thor
Yes,
kidnaps you
yes.
behind the walls and you can't get healed and you are just trapped. You're like in hell in a cell and you cannot escape.
Yeah, and you're constantly getting pushed because the
Yeah.
cooldown of the it's tough. I would say it's very, very tough, unfortunately. And maybe we'll see that here. I feel like Midtown's a decent map for Groot. I feel like the ultimate charge cost nerfs affected everybody. But the fact of the matter is, when you have something like Groot who has a 2800 ultimate charge cost, like he's gonna be getting it so much quicker. Like pro Groots,
Yeah.
or just in general, like high level Groot players or people that understand that hero, they are almost always having Strangling Prison up before anything is available.
No
here.
nerfs to
So,
Groot either was
also-
kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he just got into the meta, right? Like, he just kind of got back in. He was out for a little bit, so maybe they want to give him a little bit more limelight. I suspect in 7.5, if he's still very, very good, I feel
Good.
like Netties are going to come in with a ban hammer.
I remember seeing that they're going to be buffing Torch again in 7.5, and I'm so curious on what that's going to be, too.
Apparently, Torch is back. Apparently, Torch
People
is
keep
already
saying that,
back.
but I haven't seen it yet. And I think maybe because there's so many other good things to play. I mean, Torch is like from F tier to D tier now, or whatever. Like what people are saying on that end.
I want to see Blade. He got buffed. I need to see some Blade.
I mean,
Apparently,
he's what, from like D to C tier now, is what people are saying.
Yeah,
some people
some
saying
people
B,
are saying-
some people saying B.
Yeah, like as they're saying as high as B. I think the issue with a lot of,
You need to
players
really
when they play
focus on
Blade.
him though for like heals is the big problem.
Yeah, that and also that Goldilocks zone he has with his gun where like you have to be the perfect distance, then you can start like two-shotting squishies and that kind of stuff. He's a lot more work for what you could just play Phoenix or Hella for
Yeah.
or Namor. That's the issue, right? Looks like bans
we got
haven't.
the Thor and we got the Jeff,
Yeah.
so maybe they're gonna go Thor Angela, so we might see an Angela ban on the side of Fisher Navy because we did see some Angela being played by Terps Premier last time. We did see some Vanguard pool as well, but they swapped off of it as they weren't feeling as confident, went towards the Mag instead. And so you tried to see if that would be enough for them. So a couple different options we could see from Terps. There's the Loki ban I was waiting for. Yeah, I mean, you do not want to see that ult coming online so fast and having the basically invulnerability of their greens. So it's a tough spot to be in. Those Loki lamps are just too powerful and need to be nerfed.
I wonder what this last ban from Fisher is going to be. Is it going to be Cloak? Is it going to be a duelist here? Are they going to take another Vanguard off the table?
Ooh,
It is just going to
Rocket.
be Rocket. I do like that Rocket is a lot better on Convergence and Convoy maps.
Yeah.
Simply
Especially
because
with
if you
the
play on the defensive
beacon.
side. Yeah, get out of jail free card, right? Like you're allowed to make one mistake every 40 seconds, which is a couple team fights, and as long as you're playing around that cooldown, it's pretty good. With Phoenix available though, I don't know if I would have banned Rocket. Maybe they just don't want to deal with it. There's a lot of combos now, especially because strategist ultimates are far and few between. If you have the ability to damage overload something like an invisible boundary or an eternal bond, losing and dying in that strategist ultimate or losing that strat ultimate is so much more of a nail in the coffin kind of feeling because you're not getting it up as often. It feels really bad to die and lose in your strategist ultimate or burn it when you don't need to. It's way harsher this season.
Oh, it looks like we will be resetting the match here as well. So I think we might be going to Convergence instead, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Maybe they thought Central Park. Maybe they thought Central Park.
They might have thought Central Park instead. So we'll be getting an update on that one as quickly as we can. Might throw everything out the window. Who knows? But we'll get an update on that either way. I hope that they stick with the same bans and protects, but it also is going to change if the map is changing too. So we'll see what the strategy is there as well. So we're just going to erase everything. What we can talk about here, Shibby, now while we're waiting, though, they have the new partner bundles coming out pretty soon, right? That's going to be so sick when those are releasing. I think it's Thursday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. PDT. I'm really excited to see those. I mean, I still can't believe that Heretics got a spray that says playing for the vibes. Like...
No,
I'm so shocked by that.
It's even more interesting the fact that Heretics of all the like every org's a meme org, right? But like when you think of like
it's from Line Pro.
Teams,
like Line Pro definitely said, "Hey, we got to do this because it will sell all the skins."
Yeah, I will say I'm more surprised that Sentinels didn't do it. I like 100 Thieves with the emote, or not the emote. It's the emoji.
It's like the
one you can.
It's the Jeff emoji where he's like in war with the helmets and like the microphone. And all
yes.
He's seen
Oh!
some things. Shit's Shibuya.
Oh, my dearly beloved. I love this map.
Shibby, I don't think I have casted this since like season 0.
Yeah, it has to be like season 0, season 1. I haven't casted this map in a long time. Saw a lot of different stuff here. Dive is really good. Spider-Man, Venom.
Oh yeah.
So early
really
comps
good.
like Venom, Spider-Man were insane. You have to ban Loki here, by the way, guys.
You have to ban Loki. Yeah.
You have to ban Loki.
If they do
Cannot
not
give
first ban Loki, then it is getting saved. Like 100%.
Yeah. Because there's all these little wacky tricks. You can throw the Loki clones all the way up the top. Most players know it, but at the same time, like looking that high up to try to take it out means your attention is diverted elsewhere.
Ban, you know, because like Strange is really good for getting the portal behind the first objective, so that way you can like flank around that way.
Yeah. There's so many wacky little things. The Punisher turret, if anyone's a Punisher connoisseur, you can place the Punisher turret up top. That top left side. Also, it's really interesting because obviously when this map was back still in competitive, stuff like Daredevil, Angela wasn't in the game.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Phoenix wasn't in the game. So like how you play the map now is going to be different than how you played it back then because of the options that are available. So, you know, I'm really interested to see. I don't think we're going to get any White Fox. I don't even think White Fox
No, we can't have White Fox yet. I think it needs to be 2 weeks at least, typically is what it is. So we won't see it next week, but maybe the week after that, based on like the timeline for it. Yeah, potentially Grand Finals, we could see White Fox, which would be really cool. We've been seeing a lot more of that usage of White Fox, especially with like enabling dive as well, with their like teleport that they have, but also the like AoE heals that they have from when they go in with their melee. There's like the crazy combos you can do with that. There's some animation cancels that I saw people posting about as well on that end. So looks like Loki is getting through here, and Carrot, you know, already locking it down. So both teams playing Loki, both teams probably playing Invis, unless we see a ban come out from Fisher Navy on that end for them. But not too surprised by what we've seen.
Yeah, Invis bad would be funny from Fisher Navy here. I don't know how I feel
that's
about.
Smart.
Yeah, I love
Phoenix
that. Phoenix
also wasn't out, right, when this was being played. I just remembered that too.
No, Phoenix wasn't. I think when this map was in the Fantastic Four, maybe not even all of them. I think only 2 were. I think it was literally only Mr. Fantastic and potentially Sue Storm, and that was about it.
A year ago, basically, is when Shin Shibuya was removed.
Yeah. So that sounds about right. Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, there's a lot of different ways. I feel like Angela's really good on this map. There's a ton of verticality, right? Those top buildings.
Oh yeah, this is the first time we've ever seen this map in NECC history, which is crazy to think about. Because the spring tournament that we had last year, even started after I think Shin Shibuya was removed too. So this is gonna be a fun one.
Yeah, like the precursor tournament. I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh my. Yeah. Oh. Time flies. Year has passed. Marvel Rivals has been in the ecosystem for a bit, and they're already doing a lot of crazy stuff here. I was kind of hoping that NetEase would change the map a little bit.
I know. I think everyone was hoping that, but I think they realized like the game's in such a different state than it was back then.
Yes.
So maybe they didn't really need to change as much because it was broken due to Gamma from what we saw before, and now that's not in the game. It's a little bit of a different play state.
But today,
I love it. Haluk abusing Season
There's
1
the TP.
strats.
Yep.
And here's the TP. They're going to come in right on the backside. Just like muscle memory here. This is good high ground. I love the clone placement, though. This is really, really nice. We're going to see if it actually results in anything. Fisher Navy, though, they're running the, Animal Crossing, the Disney Pets backline for Fisher Navy here. We'll see how good it is. I feel like running both of them when you don't really have too much dive is not that good, unless your team is playing relatively close together. Nobody has gone down just yet, though. The Terps have taken that high ground, and unfortunately, Rage Puppy is going to take Sushi Donut down here. So there's the Daredevil dive coming in. Luke's going to take down 3-2-1. Multiple duelists are going to go down for Terps Premier.
Duelists doing all they can on the side of Fisher Navy, especially at Rage Puppy, showing them how it is done using the Born Again costume here. I also love the changes with the the Rage Flames that they have as well, that they updated on that. I know people are like, no, we don't like the pink. It kind of like ruins the vibe, but this is pretty great. Shout out NetEase that they make the changes so quickly for what the community wants on these things too. But either way, Haluk holding on to that ban hammer, waiting to use it. And I feel like the ban hammer is even more effective in shutting down ultimates because of the ult charge nerf, right? If you can use that at the perfect time, then it's just gonna ruin someone's day on a Terps Premiere, and maybe that's what they're looking for. The lamps come out this time at Dell, so gonna be a tough spot for Rage Puppies to really get too much effectiveness. But hey, they burn that cooldown. That does allow 3-2-1 actually to counter. They're actually able to focus on everyone else, and Rage Puppies like, yeah, you can just stab me, it's fine.
Nice point take from Terps Premier. A little bit of a, sicko mode for 3-2-1 as he gets multiple KOs here. Fortunately, he do go down, then Sleep Eye. He's gonna bust out the thing. That's what I know him for. You know what I mean? Like that is the thing. When I think of thing in pro play, when I think of thing, it's Sleep Eye, and he quickly swaps back. I'm sad.
I get it. They just wanted to flex for a second. Little homage, as you were saying, but instead back to the Sorcerer Supreme, using that team up. I mean, we see it from Terps Premier, and it's just so effective. I feel like because that team up came out, we saw so much more usage, so much more mileage out of Doctor Strange. I mean, even with the shield nerf, right, that came out, it's not as powerful as it used to be. I think it's like, what, 100 less than it was before?
Less health, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there is the force physics that does send them away. That's why you got to take them out with the elimination first, and we did see the Squid getting it there as well. I'm loving 3-2-1 though, mirroring the composition of the other team, and Rage Puppies now on the Hela for the Hela Namor team up.
Yeah, this is the pure mirror matchup from both of these squads, and it looks like Terps is actually getting the better of Fisher Navy. I wonder if they're going to force them to swap off and play something different. Deadpool in your area does get popped by Haluk. Unread has the copy available. Banhammer available to Haluk. That's still the best ultimate for Deadpool. You just throw it onto a strategist and you pray and hope as Orpheus and Jay are going to match invisible boundaries. But Sushi Donut did pop the Goddess of Death. Unfortunately, does not result in anything. Infectious, though, does have Banhammer. Maybe he's going to look to wait out potentially as a big Eye of Agamotto from Sleep Eye lands on multiple members for Terps. Sushi Donut does go down here. Did Carrot actually copy?
I think we might have seen the copy come out, especially with percentage, but unfortunately we didn't really get much out of it. Yeah, so tough spot for them to find themselves in. We do have to retreat from it, and instead Fisher Navy will hold things down for now. Still a bit under like half the usual time remaining for Terps Premier, so still feeling confident they can at least get to that next checkpoint. They have a lot of space to work up here. Maz really locking things down on the back line, making sure that nobody can flank around, even with this van pool, and getting the off angles, which is making it more difficult for Turks Premier to even push forward. And we saw exactly why they were the MVP last time.
Yeah, this is not the door you gonna go through. Underneath might be your best move, or all the way around, although it is longer. Like, they just have this point on lockdown. The squids, the constant poke and chip damage coming out from Haluk with the upgraded Desert Eagles. Like, look at this. He is just hard diffing on the Vanpool. And Rage Puppies, he can't really do much, right? I mean, it's already done. Perps Premier does get hit with a pretty massive Eye of Agamotto. Unfortunately, nobody goes down here. And finally, Terps have found the angle. They've gone all the way around. Invisible Boundary does get popped. 3-2-1 is looking for an elimination. Haluk takes down Jay, though. That's a support. Down for Terps. Still a 5v5, but Fisher Navies, specifically Rage Puppies, is coming back. Haluk takes down Sushi Donut. Man disadvantage for Terps. You've got 55 seconds. You need to regroup, and you need to figure out how you're going to take on this Fisher Navy defense.
This building in the center is just such a hazard for Turks Premier. They have not found a way to navigate it. Honestly, I feel like a portal behind them might have worked out a little bit better if they have the time for it, but they're willing to hold on to that to the last moment. Banhammer potentially comes out here from Infectious. 1v1 is lost by 3-2-1, and they're going to be counting down the numbers as well in the spawn room. Cost of Death coming out from Sushi Donut, though, to create some more space. In Turks Premier, they do sacrifice one of their members, but they do create the space necessary to move the cart forward. But they still have a little less than half of the distance to go and about to hit OT. So 1-fight win for Fisher Navy might be all it takes.
Yeah, potentially 2 fights here. EP might be available. Underclown has to hit a massive Eye of Agamotto, though. Unread does have the copy available. Rage Puppies, Goddess of Death, like you said, is available. It's really up to him, and unfortunately gets taken down. And a Banhammer comes in onto Carrot. That's going to be tough, and Fisher Navy says, OT, no problem. They're going to take out Terps Premier at around the halfway point. No TP available. Underclown was the first one to go down and still didn't have enough time. Nice defense from Fisher Navy after giving up that first point. Felt tough for Terps to kind of, like you said, break that castle or that stronghold, that middle building. Very, very tough to attack, and that just might be the unfamiliarity of playing this map. Not many teams are playing Shin Shibuya consistently, and I doubt many teams are scrimming it all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a tough spot too, right? Because like Fisher Navy, I think the composition that they started with was not the right one, and you clearly saw why when Terps Premier were able to just walk it down main, and well, not walk it down main. They got the teleport first, didn't really work out. Then they walked it down main and were able to lock in. So I think once we saw the adaptation, the mirror between Terps and Fisher Navy, they just proved that they were better on most of the heroes, and that's exactly what we saw, right? Especially Rage Puppies on the Hella having those off angles, and nobody was looking at them. You cannot allow a poke to just have free reign with the off angles that they did, and especially around the corner towards that second checkpoint. That is Hella's domain. That is the Gods of Death, and they will rain it down in terror on the rest of the composition of your team. And that's exactly what we saw for Terps Premier, right? So many elims against them came through in that one turnaround corner. So they got to find a way to lock things down the same way that Fisher Navy were able to. But I do like this change up again from Rage Puppies. They felt confident on the Daredevil before. We're going to see a portal from them too, and extra protection just to make sure it doesn't get canceled in any way.
Maybe he was hoping for a counter portal.
Yeah.
It's a wild portal, by the way. They're going, whoa, whoa.
It's behind them. I thought it was a counter portal for a second.
Yeah, it looks like Haluk is also portaling his team and then coming back as Venom
The beta
for the
costume.
dive. Yeah, he's going to crunch them here. Insane dive coming in from Haluk and Rage Puppies. Terps probably have no clue what to do as they're getting harassed on both sides of the team.
Yeah, really segmented the team from each other. Pincer maneuver by Fisher Navy, and this might be kind of a preview of what you'll typically see in pro play, right? If you can section the strategists off from the rest of the team and they are stuck in the pain zone here with Daredevil. They want to escape, but they cannot.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Good
Goodbye.
stagger.
Goodbye. Yeah, Carrot's like, all right. Yeah, that's a preview of what's happening later tonight in Daredevil Born Again. Like, that's exactly what Matt Murdock is going to be doing. He's been going into random rooms with somebody and just beating the crap out of them. That's exactly what Rage Puppies just did. Absolutely insane. Really well played strat. Well executed from Fisher Navy. Now he's walking. I don't know if he's just for aura or if he's actually just trying to hide his footsteps. But the dive is getting set up, and once one of their members or a couple of their members enter that kill zone, that dive zone, it's going to be here. Haluk's going to slam on top, and you're going to see Rage Puppies come in with the follow-up. Sleep Eye's going to drop the banhammer as well. I mean, Terps, the strategists just don't have any room to breathe. They are hyperventilating at the fact that Fisher Navy is on them like white on rice, Vaudable.
Cannot escape their demise for now as the cart rallies forward. No stopping it now. It is an unstoppable force, and there's no immovable objects in their way. Beast of the Abyss, there goes Adam, a Warlock. They cannot get the ultimate up in time, and even the copy, 5% too short, and we'll see if a portal comes through at the last moment, but I don't know if they'll have enough time to rally ahead. Greens do come out from Loki just to see if they could stall things down at least a little bit more, but it's not enough, so it does look like, unless you see the Vanguard pool able to stall enough, that it should be a Fisher Navy capture here. But they are holding it down for now, so they'll have enough time if they need to back off, and that's exactly what we're seeing from the copy from Unread for the Invisible Boundary. Now comes down to the ultimate usages here, and it needs to be a full touch from Terps Premier, counter Invisible Boundary of their own, and we'll see how it goes down.
3-2-1 has the Karmic Revival available in case Terps goes down. Rage Puppies doesn't get too much with the Daredevil ultimate, and Terps able to prevent Fisher Navy from buttoning it up relatively quickly. 3.5 minutes still available in the time bank. But Terps at the last second, maybe Fisher Navy didn't expect Infectious to be so tanky.
They didn't.
Carrot with the copy, right? Like, it was very well played. Terps, you still have quite a bit of resources to work with. Eye of Agamotto available, Kraken Impact. On top of all that, if they go down, if they lose a team fight, 3-2-1 has the ability to bring them all back for round 2. Fisher Navy have to be aware of this.
I think the problem is here as well is that because Infectious had that off angle, they miscalculated how many eliminations that they got. And unfortunately, they didn't even have 3 people in the cart for a lot of it too, so they didn't have the maximum movement of it to get towards that final hour that they needed for Shin Shibuya. But Sushi Donut with all the resets necessary to shut them down again. Time ticking down for Fisher Navy, and they have Rage Puppies swapping onto the Winter Soldier themselves. So I'm really curious to see what their strategy is here, if they're just going to go for kind of a flank style. But this just goes to show how this second checkpoint is so difficult in the current meta of Marvel Rivals.
It's such a slog. And that was a lot of the major complaints here. Or Shin Shibuya, right? The second checkpoint is difficult to attack. Once they get the, control of that building, you have to go around, and they can just shift the angles. It is very, very tough, and teams are still figuring it out. Unfortunately, Rage Puppies is going to have to figure it out and spawn a 4-man Eye of Agamotto. Unfortunately, not Agamotto, sorry, a stun. Doesn't really land on anybody, though.
Can't even get the Atom. Finally does get them down, but they still have their own cocoon, so I mean, yes, you do waste one of their resources, but I don't think that's really going to do too much in the end. Would have been better saved if they had that Beast of the Abyss for a bit later on, especially with how much longer it's going to take them to build it up, and you might not even see one into the next fight. I do like that they're focusing on the Atom, though, in the backline this time. Waited for the res to come out, and now they won't even have time to really get back into the fray of things, but Flight does allow them to get out of it for now.
Matching Invisible Boundaries here. Karmic Revival still available. Orpheus goes down. Infectious with the Banhammer. Elimination is going to be crucial. Sleep Eye takes down Infectious, though, and he's just going to pop the board again just to bring the Deadpool back. 60 seconds on the clock. That might be a mistake here. Fisher Navy recognizing, hey, that's a one-man res. We don't have to worry about it anymore. They could potentially ult dump if they can build it up in these next 45 seconds. Very bold move from Terps Premier, but it might be the one that sends this into an even game.
We'll have to see what the answer is here. Great eliminations. Carrot going down as well means that they will not be able to get another strategist ult off in time. So Adam just kind of playing the delay game, I guess, for now, but that will be the point this go around. There was a lot of time wasted, but unfortunately, we did see a bit of a wasted ultimate there by the Adam Warlock at the end, which spelled their doom towards the latter half of Shin Shibuya. So Fisher Navy, I mean, they look confident at the start, right? They were able to lock things down around that first corner, and then Haluk playing with the Venom here. The Candy Venom costume that we have as well. 23-6. I mean, dive was the biggest issue for Terps Premier. And that's the funny thing, too, is like, we saw them try to play so much dive in the last map, right? And it just kind of worked against them, that they aren't feeling as confident on their anti-dive game.
Yeah, I hate to hark back to like one specific play, but I feel like rezzing Infectious there just to keep him there. I mean, I know you need a tank presence. I know you need that front line. But the moment that happened, the switch flipped for Fisher Navy. They got way more aggressive. They started committing way more resources because they realized that the Karmic Revival was down and there wasn't really much for Terps to work with. So very well played. Though Terps kept it a lot closer than I think most people expected here. With how domination went in map 1, I think many people were expecting Fisher Navy to steamroll through. They got that first point. They had 4, I believe, and a half minutes on the clock, and they essentially had to burn almost all of it just to secure the victory there. They go up 2-0. And Vaudeville, we are 1 game away from a 3-0 from Fisher Navy. But, you know, sometimes curses, sometimes some voodoo happens. Vaudeville, me and you are no strangers to 5-game series.
No, we've seen a lot of those happen, but I feel like with a team such as Fisher Navy, it would be unexpected to see this one go to 5, and even teams take maps off of them. I'm actually shocked that they were kind of lower seeded in their specific group going into the standings. I mean, Terps Premier, they went 4 wins and 3 losses, so they had kind of an even split, of course, throughout the semester, but were able to eke things out based on their map wins against the rest of the competition there. UTD and Fisher Esports, of course, being the top dogs. UTD only loss was to the main Fisher roster. And then for Fisher Navy on their side of things, kind of looking at the standings, they were just below UNG, North Georgia Blue, which is kind of the other like top team in Collegiate Marvel Rivals right now, outside of like the Northwoods and the Fishers that we see there as well. And having Fisher Navy have 2 losses, I think it might have been due to forfeits, might have been due to other things, just based on the way that, you know, pro play goes for some of these guys. But I think a lot of it has come down to this patch works really well for how Fisher Navy plays, right? Especially like we saw with Haluk on the dive. So if we continue to see that for the next one, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to be going into map 3 here. And
Now we got Midtown.
now we have Midtown. Okay, cool. I love that. This is going to be their choice. I believe Terps, it is loser's choice.
Yep.
They chose Shin Shibuya. I like that, by the way. I think there's a very underrated angle. We didn't really get to talk about it that much. It was the fact that they opted for that map choice. They wanted to look, you know, maybe for an edge here, playing on a map that maybe many people haven't practiced on. But now we go to mid, and unfortunately Fisher Navy has a ton of practice on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's every map at this point, right? Like, even Museum of Contemplation teams have played so much of that now that they kind of know like what to go through comp wise on that end. So a couple of different options for them here. The crazy thing, too, is like if Fisher Navy win this, very likely to be playing against their sister team in Fisher Esports, the main squad there as well in that next round in the upper bracket semifinals. So a lot to look forward to there. Terps Premier, again, if they do lose this matchup, they still have the lower bracket to make their way forward again. So there's such tough competitors. I mean, Purdue Varsity Gold, CSULB Gold, UF Orange, and UTD. I mean, no team is easy in these playoffs. You got to take every win that you can. And I mean, Terps Premier, this is a learning lesson for them, I'd say. Try whatever you can and see what sticks. I think that's the way to go for it this time, because unfortunately the compositions for them, they've just been being outplayed at their own game.
can't wait for what Nationals has in store for us as well, watching a lot of these high-level teams.
And that'll be on a
go
completely
at it.
different season too, right? That'll be season 8, whatever heroes. I mean, people are saying it might
Will
be
it
like
be?
Devil Dinosaur and Cyclops potentially, which would be crazy.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Is it gonna be season 8 or is it gonna be
Or
like
it might be like
7.5
right
towards the end?
before. I think it's right before,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah.
Yeah, it might
See the
be.
date.
That's gonna be the season with the CC changes, by the way, which is
Yeah.
gonna be insane. Diminishing returns on CC is what I'm anticipating. They did say they're doing some major changes. I kind of like how they spaced it out. They didn't do the ultimate charge cost nerf and the CC changes all at once, essentially letting players adapt to some of the newer things and then bringing more stuff in.
Oh.
Rivals doing a good
You know
job
what?
listening to the community. Yeah.
So an hour ago, Miller confirmed that season 8 will happen during the actual finals. So the 15th of May is when season 8 is.
Yeah, hopefully we can get a tournament realm or something. I don't. Or you know what? You're just gonna have to play on a new patch. Sorry, lads.
Good luck.
That's not a problem. That's not in my pay grade. That's not a problem for me.
That's not our problem.
So, no, I show up. I cast the games, and whatever season we're playing could be season 20 for all I care. I'm just gonna be there. That'll be interesting. I mean, hopefully, not super major changes come in, but with the way season 8 or season 7 has been, and with Netties how heavy-handed they've been, I have no reserves. But getting to the ban phase, support strike is imminent. Gambit, Loki, Invis, Adamantis, all taken away here. Cloak still available along with the Jeff. Thor has been saved multiple times now by Terps. They have not picked it.
No, this is the first time actually it's been saved. So it was banned both maps before, right? We had it saved during Midtown last time before they realized that they had to play Convergence first. So yeah.
Okay.
So they haven't been able to play it yet. So we will see the Underclown be the one to use the Thor this time. So I'm really curious. It's technically like a dive comp, right? Because we have seen some like fan pool players play a little bit more up and on the off angles with them using the bubble to isolate from the heals. So really curious if we see that strategy from them as well. And C&D gets through as well. We've seen a lot of C&D bans too.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about Cloak and Dagger and Rocket. Not a whole ton of super burst healing coming out from this duo specifically. Garrett, though, on the Jeff, that was saved again. I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to get some eats. This is not the best Jeff map. 3-2-1, though, and the rest of the Terps are actually able to take down multiple members of Fisher Navy. I suspect Sleep Eye is going to swap off of this Magneto, right? Because I just feel like
You
it's
have to.
not going to do much. Really, you're going against Thor, you're going against Daredevil, like even Psylocke. Like, are you really blocking that much? Yeah, he's going Thing. Finally!
We see the Thing unleashed. I was hoping we'd see some Hulk play today, but not as many Hulk players out there. There used to be a lot, and then they're a endangered species, unfortunately.
Dying breed, yeah. Not even the buffs could take them out yet. They're not ready. I think the CC once that CC patch comes in on 7.5, the Hulk players are gonna come out the woodworks. As right now, Fisher Navy don't have an answer for this hyper-aggressive Terps composition, right? I mean, Thor, Psylocke, Jeff, like you said, it's a pseudo-dive composition. They're just bashing Fisher's mouth in. They are going to swap over to the Namor. Sleep Eye's going to channel the portal here. Orpheus swaps over to the Jeff, gets banhammered, dies instantly.
Not exactly where they want to find themselves, unfortunately, for Fisher Navy, but this goes to show why Thor was banned as often as they were. And when you give Terps their go-to composition, we talked about it, unorthodox, compared to, the typical poke meta that we saw last season. But this is just why dive is so good. The devil has been unleashed, and the devil is dive.
Yeah, and it's about to be unleashed. 3-2-1. Has it available unread, 52% on the Eternal Bond. Orpheus as well has not been able to build that support. It's so much more damaging dying as a support now because of those ultimate charge cost changes. Under a Clown is going to take Rage Puppies down.
Ooh, huge.
And yeah, this is going to be a fight win for Turf. They are going to lose one here. Daredevil going down. Dance of the Butterfly does get popped, and going to result in a couple more. Elam's going to force Fisher Navy back. Fisher Navy let their little brothers on? What is happening?
No, I think they just don't have the best counter here, unfortunately. I know, like, Maz is able to do what they can, but when you're facing up against, like, a full frontline dive of Terps Premier, like, playing Doctor Strange against that, where you can just get kidnapped to the back line, makes it difficult, in my opinion. Maybe they're trying to use the Eye of Agamottos if they can to counter them and stun them out, especially because they don't have Invis. But Cloak and Dagger is also going to create some space. We have the Kraken Impact here from Rage Puppies waiting for the Eye of Agamotto to go through. But here's a massive eat from Orpheus. She is going to take them all the way towards the edge, but time is running out. They won't be able to get everyone, but they do send them far enough and actually bounce them off the ground. What great tech.
Yeah, bounces them, and although Sushi Donut does stay alive, the other two do go down. And yeah, I mentioned this isn't the best Jeff map. That is one of two spots available on this map where you can take them off. It's literally this point, and at the end of point 3, you can take them off the map. Those are the only two areas, so getting stalled out here could be detrimental. Carrot has to come up big, although we did see Sleep Eye and Orpheus combo the Eye of Agamotto into the It's Jeff. We'll see if Carrot can do something similar. Maz takes Infectious out. Orpheus takes Sushi Donut. Here comes Carrot, though.
The Banhammer as well onto them to see if that'd be enough to shut them down. Unfortunately, the timing wasn't quite there, so instead they're just going to use it to back up, reset. Not exactly what they wanted to do, but that's a great shutdown of the It's Jeff. So Horn of Proteus available. Ult's in the favor of Fisher Navy, but that's a good elimination on to Rage Puppies. Time ticking down, though, for Terps Premier. They really need to win this next team fight if they want to get that second checkpoint.
Yeah, they had a really good first point offensive, even first point and a half, and they just got stuffed out here. Orpheus does go down, though. Eternal Bond has been popped by Unread. Infectious. 126 HP, 53, looking for the health pack. Finds the Mega, is going to get back to the team. Unfortunately not. Rage Puppies hunts him down. Deadpool goes to the wayside. Terps Premier stalled out. Minute and a half left. 3 fights in the bank here. Fisher Navy, though. I have Agamotto, 2% on Sleep Eye. Maz still holding on to the Horn. Legendary. Galactic Legend, I say. From Rage Puppies in 20%. Not many Strategy Ultimates are available. Let the Devil out as well. We'll see if Under can actually use this God of Thunder and see if they can potentially find a pick here.
We'll see. I mean, it's really hard to get value from the God of Thunder specifically, especially because of the Terror Capes that we see happen from the other side. But that was a massive Dance of the Butterfly, able to get all the eliminations necessary onto Fisher Navy as long as they can clean up the rest. Maz going down. Using the Thor to also take them away from the mission vehicle so that they can keep it moving forward is massive, and a displacement from Thor cannot be understated in this composition.
Coming in for that contest here, and before anything can even happen, 3, 2, 1 just finds Orpheus and says, hey, you've got to be with your team. They're dying in spawn.
The devil was unleashed and you cannot escape it. Unfortunately, you need to call an exorcist, and we don't even have a vampire hunter being played this time to keep them sane. It's a tough spot to be in for Fisher Navy, who were the server admins in map 1 and 2, but Terps Premier have debuted their dive composition for the first time, and well, it's going pretty well for them.
Nice. 3, 2, 1 on the Daredevil. Despite the nerfs, making him look like release Daredevil right now. Flashbacks. Rage Puppies does take down Underclown, though. That is a Vanguard down for the Terps here. Fisher Navy should be able to push in. As I say that, 3, 2, 1 goes down, and he was seen climbing the wall. Fortunately, no shenanigans allowed here. Maz still has the Horn available. Yeah. You know, I'm trying to figure out when this Horn of Proteus is going to come in.
I was also just thinking the same thing. I mean, ult's in the favor of Fisher Navy, but they're trying to make sure that they play the long con. As long as they can use them properly, bait out some of them from Terps Premier, that might be enough for them. A lot of time wasted here as well. It's Jeff coming out from Carrot. Can they get
that's massive. Gotta go to
That's
spawn.
massive, but Galactic Legend is going to burst them down. Rage Puppies was waiting for the It's Jeff. This is the counter from them. Maz not even having to call the C's yet, just holding on to that for the last moment. Oh, they could be using it to counter the Cloak and Dagger when they use the Eternal Blonde.
Yeah, maybe they're going to throw it on him right on top. It is a very predictable ultimate. That's the evolution. Mag players are just like, wait, play Namor. You can just drop it better. Like you said, here is the moment. There you go. Oh, nice juke, though.
Oh,
I like that. Still takes him down, Maz. Absolutely laser beamed them with the Horn of Proteus. Fisher Navy mechanically executing on every single skill check. Terps Premier, 3-2-1, does have Let the Devil Out in about 4%. Can they actually get to the point, though? Unfortunately, no. Everybody is going down. The Devil has been let out, though, and has immediately been shoved back into the room.
That was a great second half from Fisher Navy. Once they got their wits about them, we saw, the pop-offs from the Daredevil and everything else on their end, and then Maz perfectly waiting for their Horn of Proteus to take Jay out of contention for holding it down the objective with the Eternal Bond. I mean, a snipe is like an understatement. We talked about, those keys to victory or whatever, and well, that's definitely the accuracy that we were mentioning with this duelist lineup. The uncommon traits that are leading them to victory.
Yeah, the Maz is expecting, right, the Eternal Bond to go forward. Immediately jukes back. Carrot tried their best. Maz is still able to land the center. You have to land the center of the Namor ultimate to one-shot them, and that center is not as big as people think. The overall ult, very huge. But the center, the bullseye, we can call it, for Maz, very, very small here. That was the fight-winning move, right?
Yeah.
That was what got them that round. Like, if he doesn't land that, the Eternal Bonds go through. Daredevil is allowed to charge their ultimate. 3-2-1 pops to let the Devil out, and Fisher Navy does not have a response available. So, very well played. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Luke, put that away. Put that Black Panther away, son. I've never seen you play it. Oh, they're gonna go dive?
Oh, man.
Oh, Ray,
the pump
whoa!
fake, because the Daredevil can see what they're playing, so instead of the last moment, they change it and go full dive instead. They're trying to see if they can counter the exact playstyle that we saw from Terps Premier.
Infectious does take Holuk down, though. That's big. No BP available, no damage. Orpheus taken off the map, and Zeepai's like, yeah, we suck, guys. I'm swapping. Is he?
Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay. Grudimus.
I was waiting when we would get a group play. I mean, we haven't seen a single one this entire time. I feel like Groot is really great just to section people off, and that's what we've been kind of lacking from this Fisher Navy offense. So now we get to see it come out. They need to put down their Ironwood wall, though, so that they don't get kidnapped. So maybe some rust coming out from Sleep Eye here.
Yeah, I haven't been allowed to play Groot in a while. 3-2-1 does have the flank onto the strategist backline. Orpheus is able to potentially get away here with the rocket. Both of the healers are patty caking, though, and it might be just enough. As I say that, though, a boatload of damage coming in from Terps. 3-2-1 starting it off, and the rest of Terps finishing it for him.
I do like this change up from Sushi Donut into the Phoenix. I think it's really good, especially at this first objective, just to have the eagle sight on the other team where they can't even get down the main frame lane itself. But Ensong Inferno patiently waiting for the perfect time to use it. Devil does get unleashed this time. We did hear the Horn of Proteus early from Maz and didn't get a single conversion from it, so not going to be as proficient with it as they were last time, unfortunately. Unread does get the Eternal Bond off, though. Carrot will easily be able to get theirs because they don't have to worry about the ultimates.
Sushi
I don't know how
Donut
Underclown
does
lived
not
that.
have. Yeah, Underclown going out. Legendary coming in from Rage Puppies, and there's not a whole lot that the Terps can do here. They're unfortunately going to have to eat it. As I say that, though, really nice bubble play coming out from Terps. Infectious and the rest of Terps are able to dodge out on most of the damage. Jay, unfortunately, does go down. 3-2-1 available. Underclown has taken out Maz in the meantime. and a 1v1. Rage Puppies versus 321. 321 does not have a lot of HP. He's going to be able to sneak it out. No! Rage Puppies lives with 18 HP. That was too close for comfort. Daredevil, do you need another round of nerfs?
Even the iframes were almost not enough to keep Star-Lord grooving and moving throughout that 1v1, but they were able to turn things on its head at the moment's notice that they needed to. And unfortunately for Sushi Donut, that's not the time to try and fly towards the objective. They will be shot out of the skies by the air defense system that is Groot's just primary fire.
Yeah, they're pretty long-reaching. He's got really, really long wingspan, could play in the NBA if he really needs to. But fortunately, busy fixing up the time stream here, and Fisher Navy do take that first point a little bit slower than Terps Premier here. Actually, a lot of bit slower. 3 minutes on the clock. Have to make it to 2.5 points here. This is where Fisher Navy, or specifically Terps, kind of got stuck, right, on the offensive side. Didn't really know what to do once they got into that underground section. Hopefully, Terps can use some of that strategy, use some of the stuff that was happening that Fisher Navy was doing, and stop them right here and potentially begin the reverse sweep.
We'll have to see what they can do. And Sleepy is just melted by the other team. Cannot stay up to keep them in the fight for now on the attacking side. Strangling Prison Down into the Hornet Proteus. There's a quad coming through. The KO feed, and Unread also getting involved. A KO from the Terror Cape. What?
A little bit of damage, but Maz and Sleepy, the alley-oop, strangling Prison into the horn. That's going to take you out 10 times out of 10. It quite literally is one of the few, like, I feel like, uncounterable combos in the game here. The Devil will be let out. Aluk is going to take down 3-2-1. It looks like Rage Puppies pops the Galactic Legend. Both Cloak and Dagger ults are coming in. Eternal Bond. Looks like Underclown does have the God of Thunder available. Lands onto absolutely no one. But it doesn't matter. Fisher Navy, Haluk, and Orpheus. Ultimates available. Banhammer goes down along with the CYA. Ensong Inferno unfortunately misses. It doesn't take down the CYA, but luckily Jay is dancing their way for Terps here and pushing Fisher Navy back, winning the resource war.
A lot of ults having to be used by both sides, but I think for Terps Premier, they realize this is do or die for them. They need to make sure that they take them down and that there's no chance for them to come back towards the second checkpoint and waste as much time as possible, right? Because as soon as a second checkpoint is hit, you will see Fisher Navy blitz towards the halfway point of that third objective. So it's going to be a tough ask for Terps Premier to hold things down, but they've created so much space for themselves. I'm loving this off-angle flank from 3-2-1, trying to go for the backline strategist. They got the ping on them as well, so they can get the extra rage build and see if that'll be enough to deal some damage. But the Elim's already coming into the rest of Terps Premier. 3-2-1 maybe being isolated too much from the rest of their team, just kind of giving them up the second checkpoint. Too late of a portal as well. They wasted it. Oh no, that the freeze came out too. Oh no, even then.
Just an unfortunate circumstances for Terps there. Yeah, they just gave up a lot of space. Portal came out. Orpheus hit the freeze, but it didn't really matter.
Yeah,
mainly because the animation came in, and here comes the Galactic Legend once again. Let's see if they can patty cake their way through. Nice bubble coming out from Carrot, but unfortunately it's not enough. Jay goes down as well, and a triple for Rage Puppies.
That's GG's.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Nice recognition. A little bit of celebration there. They had that in the bag just in case the Galactic Legend wasn't enough. They're like, hey, we had Strangling Prison and Hornet Proteus available. We're probably going to win that next fight. Fisher Navy take it in a 3-2 win here. They sweep Terps Premier in a 3-0 fashion. But honestly, Terps, every map got better and better and better. I was very much starting to believe that they were able to do it. Once that second point hit on that offensive side, I was like, oh, wait a minute. Maybe Fisher Navy have to change something up. Maybe they're going to actually be, you know, forced to sweat a little here. And Sleepy swapping over to the Groot Haluk. 12 finals on the Deadpool. Rage Puppies, though, in my opinion, the MVP here. 17 finals. Really, really clutch, good ult usage coming out from the Star-Lord there, popping the Galactic Legend, essentially when the supports didn't have their ultimates up. And that's something that's going to be really big as we head into the pro games this weekend. The timing of strategist ultimates and whether they are capable of countering duelists.
Yeah, especially like I think that team up mainly works, the Namor and Groot, is because we didn't have the Loki, right? You don't have the invulnerability of the greens. You don't
Nope.
have, a couple different options, especially with the invisible ult as well to keep them alive. So it really just makes it that much easier for you to get those combos off, and why it was so effective once we did see them swap to that composition and they realized, oh yeah, Groot's available, because they're so used to it being banned in pro play. It's a tough spot to find themselves in, but that's our first match of the Forge Trials, which is our path to the Forge land. That'll be happening in May, and again, May 13th to the 17th for that as well. It's going to be a great time. I mean, even more chaos now that we know it's going to be partway through season 7.5 into 8, depending on which days they do the Marvel Rivals matchups. Hopefully they just schedule it after. But yeah, it'll be kind of crazy to see exactly how that'll go. Either way, though, I mean, these whole Forge Trials that you're watching right now are presented by the Army National Guard, which you can find your calling at nationalguard.com. So definitely recommend doing that if you're interested in supporting your country. But, I mean, hey, we talked about the uncommon traits, too. I just want to bring those up again, if production can, appease me here for a second, because I feel like those actually came into play here for Fisher Navy, right? We saw the, insane aim and accuracy from the duelist lineup, and the pro play, like, what we saw from them, the pro players, they were just a step above the competition here, Shibby.
Yeah, I mean, kind of as expected. Fisher Navy doing a really good job cleaning house here. 3-0 sweep. Domination, went very candidly in their way, near flawless, right? I think they only gave up 18% across both of the 2 domination points, which is absolutely insane here. But yeah, those uncommon traits. Pro player experience, very, very, very drawn upon here as we saw those combos come in. I mean, killer accuracy. We saw what Maz and Rage Puppies were able to do. Each of them kind of, carrying the load here and there. Map 1, I feel like it was Maz. Map 2, it was both of them. And kind of map 3, Killer Puppies came out on top. 17 finals.
Yeah.
Not to be outdone, though. Maz had 16, right? Maz had 16, but that was set up by the alley-oop from, Groot. Whereas, I would say Rage Puppies had to work a little bit harder for him.
Yeah, I mean, that also just goes to show, how effective Star-Lord is, right, in this current meta. They are, one of the best in slot, I could say, arguably, for duelists, especially if you do get the gambit through, right? Because that does allow their Galactic Legend just to be unleashed. But also, whenever White Fox gets into the fray for our collegiate competition, because having that constant healing, you have the life steal that you have as well, so you're healing yourself as you're using the Galactic Legend, and you cannot be stunned in it either. It's just like the wombo combo that you do not. That's why they showed the Star-Lord in the actual graphic, or the hero reveal of White Fox as well. But we can yap all day about the changes and everything else, Shibby. Let's take a break here. It's going to be a little bit of a long one. We'll be back at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, at 7 p.m. Pacific, for our final match of day 1 of the playoffs. And that is going to be one you don't want to miss. It's going to be NC State Red versus Penn State University Blue. Don't go anywhere.
wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain. I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to. Colder when you're frozen over like I am. It's colder, colder when I'm older, older than I am. And I know that I have lost composure, but I'll hold you closer while I can. I never told you that I'm slightly broken, that I might lose focus when I am. I know that life gets colder, colder when you're frozen over like I am. feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I gotta get to you. I gotta get to you.
to view you as a mountain that I couldn't climb at first. But I've only stumbled over diamonds, and I no longer fear the worst.
Forget someone's name mid-conversation. Count your tips at the end of your shift. Buy something disappointing off the internet. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life. You'll still have common days.
Not getting baited this time, but you might have. This is Vaudeville and Chibi bringing you the broadcast action yet again for the Forge Trials, the official term for what's happening before the playoffs. That'll be going down in May, which is going to be a great time to see exactly which teams make it there. Of course, they collected some points during the fall semester, getting some more during these playoffs as well to see if they can make it all the way to Texas. That they'll be competing in, I believe, Houston, if I'm not mistaken, which would be pretty dope to see how that goes. May 13th to the 17th.
Houston?
I think so. I could be wrong.
Arlington?
Could be awesome.
San Antonio.
San Antonio. That's what it is. I knew it's one of the Texas places, and I'm from Canada.
We named like
originally.
3 different cities. Yeah, I'm from California. Sorry, guys. I don't think about that.
It was a 1 in 4 chance, There's like 4 big cities, so, Either way, I'll get my geography
be
down
in
at
Allen,
some point.
Texas. Yeah, could be in Allen.
Mhm.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm excited. We are halfway through today's playoffs of the Forge Trials. I'm interested to see how this match goes. We had a 3-0 last map or mass series, we could call it, between Fisher Navy and the Terp Esports. Now we've got NC State versus PSU Esports. I'm excited because we have casted NC State Red a couple times last semester and this semester. Relatively familiar with this squad here. PSU Blue, though, we have not seen, at least me and you, Vaudeville, on stream yet.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them last semester, I believe, as well. I recognize Magma Bacon there on their side, Kintaro. Like, they did really good for their team before. But we also have to shout out our sponsors for this event, the Forge Trials, which is happening right now, and through the next couple weeks leading into the Forge LAN itself. It's presented by the Army National Guard, and you can find your calling at nationalguard.com. So big shout out to Army National Guard for making this all a possibility, leading into the Forge LAN. It'll be happening in San Antonio. I got it right this time. May 13th to the 17th. You do not want to miss it again, because it's also going to be crazy for Marvel Rivals, because the new season will be launching midway through the land too, so it'll be some fun time for these teams to adapt. And I mean, hey, that's the perfect time to test out new strategies and see if that's going to be enough for you to be the better team, if you can adapt on the fly to whatever the balance changes will be. Hopefully nothing too crazy, but at least they'll have the patch notes to look at and study extensively before then. But we do have, a couple uncommon traits here for these teams. I mean, I would say like the main one for NC State is that they have, that they're kind of like the newer program in terms of esports for them. We'll go over a couple more as we get more data on these teams, though, Shibby, from the first map, and see exactly what they can showcase to potentially be what they need to take them to victory on this one. I'm really curious what our first random map, though, is going to be. Last time we got to see Hydra Base,
Hell's Heaven,
and we'll see if it goes anywhere else. Yeah, will it be Hell's Heaven? Will it be Krakoa? Will we get a little bit of a mix up here with Celestial Husk? Because I was always banned out like almost every time we were playing when we had the first map bans. But I like the randomness of it. It makes it a bit more of an even playing field instead of having it kind of decided by one team picking whichever map that they are a little bit better on. So.
Yeah, I like the random domination. Also, it's domination, right? Maps are mirrored, so there's no advantage state per se. Whereas like on Convergence or Convoy, you can choose the map, and then the other team chooses whether they want to attack or defend. So I think there's a little bit more strategy when it comes to playing those maps. So random domination, praying we don't get Hydra Charteris base. I really love Krakoa. I think it's
gonna be.
I've jinxed it. You're the only person I know that has potentially asked for Celestial Husk. You might be the only Celestial Husk, asker. Vaudeville. I feel like that map as well. Just it's a giant circle. Also, it's not like the reason
Would
I
you
don't
rather
like Hydra
have
Charteris,
Hell's Heaven
Oh,
or Celestial Husk, though. That's the thing.
if they fix the bugs on Hell's Heaven, I would probably want it more because they still have the bug with ult. If you ult while the platform is lifting down, the ult doesn't drop down with it, so it's really really bad.
Yeah.
Other than that, though, I like Celestial Husk just because I want to see it. I just want to see it. I feel like right now we've seen so much Hell's Heaven that like I
We've
want to
seen
see
a lot of like Krakoa too, like in these past weeks as well. I think we had like 2 back-to-back first round Krakoas the last time that we
Yeah.
casted. So
yeah.
I'm kind of getting a little sick of Krakoa, even though it's a great map. I like the different sub maps that they have in it as well. And there's some different unique compositions you can go for depending on which map you pick as well on that end. But I did like how we're now switching to Division 2, but this is a Division 1 matchup between these two schools, right? Because we have NC State versus Penn State University facing off
Yes.
against each other, which is pretty cool that we can have that in collegiate Marvel Rivals. I mean, it's just great to see like the big institutions getting involved in esports. I mean, Penn State, they've been around the block in esports for so long. Like it feels like a decade plus almost at this point. I mean, remember like early days of like Rocket League and stuff that they were always like super early in the scene for that. Played at one of the first world championships for it too. So like now that we're in the beginning stages of Marvel Rivals esports for collegiate, I'm really curious on like what the dynasties are going to be there, especially since we're getting our first Marvel Rivals collegiate like national championship LAN. It's going to be so cool.
Yeah. Yeah. That's like securing the first ever, national championship in theory, right? It's pretty much what it is, right? That's a really cool, prestigious thing. We obviously have our expectations, Audible, but things can get blown out of the water.
Yeah.
LAN is very, very different. Obviously, having to adapt and whether you're flying in, whether you're driving in, jet lag, all this kind of stuff, prepping for the teams. Like that's the excitement of LANs, is that you don't really have a ton of prep time. Like it is just like, you go through your matches, like, okay, here's our opponent, here's this, here's that, and that's essentially what you have to do. One map that we didn't talk about, Laudable, that I think, I'm always happy to see, Intergalactic Wakanda Empire. I feel like that is I'm always happy to see. That map and its sub maps are so unique. The destructible environment actually changes how the map is played. I feel like, albeit very cool from NetEase to have destructible environment, a lot of the stuff doesn't really fundamentally change the map. But on that domination map, on the Wakanda domination map, when you break all the stones and the waterfall comes in and everything like that, the lanes change. You can't just go through main anymore.
That's true.
You have to go around. You have to go up high ground.
I like that one.
You have to be aware. Yeah, that's probably my favorite.
Yeah, I like the uniqueness of it and like how the changing battlefield happens around you. I wish more maps took advantage of that, right? I mean, like there's the destructible environment like we saw with Shin Shibuya around that second point, which I feel like is more of a nuisance than anything else because it makes it so much more open. It's so difficult to like
and then
get anywhere.
you can't go under, like there's like the slanted staircase. It's not really a staircase. It's like a piece of rubble that's fallen.
Yep.
And it
needs
is a
to
little
be
awkward.
a hero that reassembles the battlefield. That'd be cool.
Forge.
Yeah.
Watch, it's gonna be Forge.
That'd be cool.
Or he just creates stuff on the fly. I don't know. Sky's the limit. Season 8 with the Devil Dinosaur stuff, that might be like our first like switching style hero. Or
Yeah, I'm curious
I don't
if they're
know.
gonna do it like that, or if like how they're gonna have like Moon Girl involved at all, if they will, right? Because like my theory, if you guys saw the little like screenshot, I think it's at the end of the battle pass or whatever, where it's like Phoenix and Rogue are sitting in like a cafe after the whole battle of the Alchemics thing, or Roxxon, not Alchemics. And there's some like person in the background that has the same mental energy as Rogue. I'm thinking that is Red Rogue, which is a newer introduction in the comics, where essentially it's like a clone of Rogue, who also has these like special like metal alloy. I forget what the metal was. Not gauntlets. Like knuckles. That were made by
Okay.
Moon Girl. So I feel like that might be like a little thing if it is Red Rogue and it is a clone that was made by like someone who's tied into I think the backstory of Black Cat, like some weird obscure way that they do all that together. But that's enough of me yapping about potential lore. Royal Palace was in there, interesting. But we got Clintar here instead, so we get Celestial Husk, if I'm not mistaken, for this one.
Right on the money. Yeah, I don't know. Royal Palace being in there is funny. I think it's like just in there, but maybe it's disabled still. That's another map that needs to come back. A lot of people don't like Royal Palace.
It does not.
No, don't tell me you're a Royal Palace hater.
It does not need to come back.
No, no. I love the open area, the map, the open one where it's
That
like
one's good.
Loki statue. You don't tell me you're also a throne hater. You just hate the throne.
No,
and
I like the throne. It's the third one. I can't remember the name of it that I don't like, where it's got like the upper
giant
area.
circle.
The giant circle. I don't like that one.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, we are playing on a lot of giant circles because we're on Celestial Oz. The environments don't actually change the map that much. Like, you just hit the middle, and it just pops away. And that's it. Like, that's
Dive's
usually
really
what
good on
happens.
this map.
Yeah, dive is very good.
Ooh.
You can also play a lot of poke. And as you say, Venom has been saved by NC State Red, but looks like Penn State is going to save a Groot for themselves, so maybe playing a little bit more of a bunker-ish type of composition. I'm not the biggest fan of Groot on domination because it takes a little while for him to get set up and get into those, points where he could really make use of his walls. But if you're good at walling people off, if you're good at sectioning individuals away, then you can do a lot of damage. Yeah, the Magneto ban coming in very, very different from what we had in Series 1, by the way.
Completely different priorities from these teams, right? Because we saw Fisher, Navy, they were fine to let Gambit go through and actually made it difficult for the other team to focus on different bans and protects. But now we do see the Invis lock in. I mean, Invis is so solid on this map specifically because, as we talk about, it's just a giant circle. So you could pretty much cover most of the objective or like your entry onto it by using the invisible boundary. Punisher's been seeing a lot more mileage recently in ranked, so I'm not too surprised in Division 2 to see a ban for that as well, especially because Magneto is banned. That does kind of lead into the idea that they would play it. I'm pretty sure last time we saw NC State Red, they did play as well. Vanpool is a good ban. Again, we've seen so much usage of them since like the gospel of Vanpool had been spread by the pro players into the rest of the ranks.
Yeah, also with the ultimate charge, nerfs, we'll call it, but also the patch before when Star-Lord and Punisher got those changes where their ultimate cost got reduced, Punisher started seeing a lot more play here. I think it's also a smart ban. You save the Groot. Now you're kind of forced to either play Moon Knight into it, which it looks like Kintaro is going to be playing the Moon Knight themselves to combo with the Strangling Prison, while NC State Red are going for a bit of a different composition. They're not running dive per se. They're just running a single dive tank here, and it looks like they're gonna opt in for just kind of like a distraction where the Venom is like drawing the backline pressure. They're looking to draw away the support's healing and stuff like that. They're more of a distraction. They're not really gonna confirm a ton of these eliminations. As I see Penny.
I am surprised. Well, I mean, Penny's decent on this map, I will say, especially because there's like no hiding from the mines, and it's just such a nuisance having to deal with it on the objective. But Groot's kind of a decent counter to it, right? Because he could just use the walls to break the spider spawner itself. Ooh, but they're going for the portal kidnap play instead. See if they can pull someone through it, try to get the invis, and that's exactly what they do. So two go down already for Penn State. The portal play comes out, and they weren't playing the penny for long just to get the elimination.
I love that. And the added, pull from Nephron's there on the Spider-Man just to pull them through into the mine. They also had the Bucky pull. So they got multiple members. It wasn't just a singular kidnap. Yeah. They actually ended up kidnapping 2 members, picking up those eliminations. NC State Red with a bit of a creative opening gambit, and it works out perfectly for them.
Yeah, we typically see that happen on this sub-map specifically, like one team try to go for the portal play, so you always have to keep an eye on it just in case. And well, now you see exactly why they went through it. They were able to secure the first objective, and as we always say with domination, the team who typically wins first point and gets the early percentage is like 9 times out of 10 or 8.5 times out of 10 the one to win the map. So
yeah, especially now because you're in such a dominant position, you have that ult charge advantage. DSU have to play a little bit out of their minds here to try to break this hold here, especially when you're solo diving as Venom into a Winter Soldier. Can be very tough. Nice patty cake coming out from NC State Red's backline. OG Slayer, though, having a bit of trouble themselves, immediately has to swing on out. But the Venom has been taken care of on PSU Blue's side, so the man advantage has been secured, and Igor is going to start off things with the Kraken Impact. Unfortunately, it only gets, oh, never mind, 2 resets, 3 resets, actually gets it off of the Loki clone towards the end there. And that's going to force PSU Blue back. Nice job from NC State Red, and a lot of ults in the economy ready to go.
This is kind of a cakewalk for NC State Red, not gonna lie. I feel like the tempo for Penn State Blue, it's just been a tough spot to find because they got sectioned off right at the start of this first capture point. So now they're trying to have to play catch up to NC State Red, who are bunkered down and moving in, and the dive that we're seeing from them as well, there hasn't really been enough, and they don't want to use their ultimates just yet. Maybe we'll in this next team fighter say GG go next, which could be an idea of theirs, but they have pretty much all the ones that they need online. It really just comes down to the usage of it, and we'll see a portal come through, try to get on the back line and see how effective it is. There is going to be the God of Mischief used though, and we'll see an Invisible Boundary come out at some point.
Nice block coming out from Arch. And Dragonflox are going to, match with the Invisible Boundary just in case as the Moon Knight ult comes down. Unfortunately, does not get anybody. Arch takes down Miles of Lag. Eternal Bond comes in from Blank Asian. Agamotto layered on top. That's a 4-man stun. Song Inferno comes in. Only confirms 1, but it is the strategist of PSU Blue. And now they're struggling. This Loki unable to find any safety as Nephron hunts multiple members down. Moon Knight, you're not allowed to go anywhere. That's going to be a 0.1 win for NC State Red.
Massive win for NC State Red. Yes, they used all their ultimates, but they also made Penn State University Blue use a couple of theirs as well. So likely to not do as well as they would like in this next team fight. But honestly, the neutral game, which is so much more important now due to the 20% ults charge nerfs that we saw across the board, is so much more important. So Penn State University Blue, I think that's where they're losing out the most, right? They've only gotten a single final hit, so we saw some stability from them for a little bit there, but unfortunately they weren't able to do much after that, and only Igor Shim being the one who went down. So if they could have dealt with the backline, might have been a different story, but they're getting torn to pieces every time that they could. So Penn State University Blue have their work cut out for them, and well, they did have some swap offs, so they only have 1 ultimate advantage.
True. OG Slayer, though, 81%, and it looks like they're going for a similar strategy, although no Penny this time. They're just going to look to TP onto them and hopefully burst somebody out. Never mind. I lied. Chat, I apologize.
You didn't have the
just
POV.
game positioning. Fair enough. But yeah, it is just a game positioning onto this point, which I actually like, constricting some of the space here that PSU Blue has to play with. Although this positioning from these strategists is a little dicey. Miles of Lag and Song Inferno available. As I say that, though, Dragonfloss takes down Kintaro. That's a 5v6 for PSU Blue with no Song Inferno available, and the cleanup from NC State Red begins to unfold.
Yeah, Kintaro just did everything that they could, but unfortunately couldn't stay up as long as they would have liked to towards the objective, so everyone having to reset and recalibrate their efforts. There is the Song Inferno with the Strangling Prison potential that we could see from Penn State. I'm really curious if they go for that kind of a combo to deal with this NC State Red. But I think NC State Red, they know what Penn State are capable of based on the heroes that they're playing, so they don't want to stick together too much. And that's working out in their favor. It's actually making it so Penn State Blue can't get another ultimate up too soon. Kraken Impact, though, really going to come down to who has the better one between these teams.
OG Slayer's been doing a really good job getting a lot of max value of that ult. As I say that, though, both Kraken Impacts come in. Strangling Prison, like you mentioned. Eternal Bond and Dragonfloss both use double strategist ultimate from NC State Red. The communication may be a bit lacking. Song Inferno could be relatively free as she hangs out into the sky. Nephrons as well, gotta pop theirs. Igor is him, does go down. 6v5 for NC State Red. OG Slayer, though, Feast the Abyss lands on multiple members, and it doesn't matter. Absolutely takes a bite out of PSU Blue and then some. NC State Red can contain complete control of this point.
Massive from Igor on that one. Tough for Penn State Blue because they're losing in the neutral and they're also losing the ultimate game, and they need something to change in their favor fast. But again, dominations don't tell the full story of a series, right? Some teams, maybe not the best at domination. Other teams, that's their main game mode. I mean, we saw it happen in MRC all the time. We've seen it happen even in the top level of pro play. But you got to win every map that you can. Everyone counts. I know it doesn't for standings, but it does for your chances to come out on top at the end. That one map might be all that decides things, but unfortunately the force physics is still available there. There's still a good KO that comes through onto Igor as him, so they will at least get some more maneuverability on the objective for Penn State Blue, but need the rest of their team to catch up with them.
Iwagamoto lands on the 2 members of PSU Blue. That's going to probably spell disaster. Gintaro does pop the armed and dangerous, but it is not going to be that lethal. NC State Red take a clean 2-0 on Celestial Husk here. And shout out to the strategist line of NC State Red. They were in sync. They were moving so well together. I need them in my games, Audible. That is how you play strategists. They were just so in sync. They were stacking on top of each other. Anytime the Venom was diving on PSU Blue's side, it was really tough to burst them out. So very, very well played from NC State Red. I will excuse the double strat ultimate because of how well they played.
I think it worked
0
out
deaths.
in the end, though, yeah, because it kept them up for the most part and made it so that PSU Blue couldn't snowball onto the objective. Like I said, the neutral game not working out for them. The ult game also not working out. And that's evidence as to why we had so few final hits from them, right? They weren't able to get the confirms that they wanted to. They kept getting separated from each other because of the dive from OG Slayer. I mean, 22-0 as a Venom player doesn't happen. So it's great to see from them how they were able to get in and get out at the right time. They had the strategists to keep them alive, and there just really wasn't an answer from the other team. And I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see some different changes to go towards a more anti-dive style, right? Like Namor wasn't banned at all, and we didn't see it played once, which is kind of insane to me on that end too. So maybe it's just less hero variety that we've seen from Penn State Blue, unfortunately, compared to some of the other squads. And that's typically where you see the weakness for a lot of these teams. So I would say, I mean, we saw some great looks from the poke. We saw some great looks from the dive. The Dr. Strange was also doing a good job from I Am Arch. So that's all you really need to do from this team. So keep it going, and you'll be looking the exact same as we saw Fisher Navy on the Div 1 side.
Yeah, I really like that block from Arch as well, kind of anticipating when this Groot was going to ult.
Yeah.
You can kind of, as you play the game more, you can kind of suspect when the Groot is looking for ultimate, when they're walking up haphazardly, when they're trying to build up. Same thing with Doctor Strange's, right? They're going to fly into the sky. They're going to look for it. As long as you have the force physics available on the Invisible Woman side, you can deny that every single time there. So it gets a lot harder to pull off these massive ultimates as we get into more organized play. And yeah, NC State Red doing a fantastic job. I mean, every time Vaughn, I think we've casted them, they've won. So maybe we're the good luck charm, and maybe I just cursed them.
It could be, yeah. I mean, whenever we get into those like unknown or those traits as well, like we did last time, should be, I think a big one is like the strategist lineup here, right, for this team. The uncommon traits, that's what it was for them as well. I'm still trying to think on like what will be the secret sauce for Penn State University Blue, because we didn't really see much, unfortunately, from them in this map. And that's just how some dominations go. Sometimes it's a little bit one-sided and you don't get to shine as much as you would like. I mean, we saw some good coordination from Miles on timing of their ultimates. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the confirms because I think the biggest issue with them is they didn't have as much target acquisition right for their side of things. So still a couple things to work on there for their end. I'm really curious on like what the map pick is going to be for them, right? It's Convergence, then Convoy, as a reminder for those at home. So we'll see what they go for this go around, and if they can prolong the series, because NC State, they look super solid. Looking towards the future again, they have Temple Esports Cherry or Winthrop Academy Garnet on the other end to look forward to. So we'll see where things progress this time, but we're getting our next map here, and it looks like it will be Central Park we're going to.
Your favorite. Yeah, sorry guys, that's a joke. As much as I love Hydra Charteris base, Vaudable equally loves Central Park here. Tried and true map. A lot of teams very, very practiced on it. I love the fact that PSU Blue has all the Widow title. Like, I love that. I love being in sync. That's awesome. Yeah, again, just for people tuning in, everyone is GM, but these are like much higher ranked players. Like, these are probably Celestial, maybe Eternity players. Season just kind of reset a couple days ago. Placements have been
I think there's like one or two Eternity players, like one on each side maybe. Most of them like peak around Celestial from what I was looking into it as well. But that's why you see the Gambit bans. That's why you see the Elsa bans. Nothing too crazy going on there because you can't allow those to be played.
Yeah, I've probably tossed some of these guys' games. No offense.
Yeah, you playing Hulk during your rank ups.
Yeah. Hey.
The Venom ban.
Someone told me Hulk is back, but Venom is not going to be back as PSU Blue. Said, yeah, you're
back?
a little too good, though. Elsa has slipped through the first 2 bans here. Will it be saved? Are NC State Red confident enough that they can Elsa diff? Because I have seen time and time again, you leave one of these OP heroes available, and that might just be the ticket for a team like PSU Blue to come back in. Maybe they have something that's been grinding Elsa. They are instead going to opt in to save the Star-Lord, which I really like. Audible, you mentioned Star-Lord. I think he's an S-tier duelist right now. He's so good because of how fast he gets his ultimate, as well as the timing, right? You're almost always 90% of the time, if not 99% of the time, you're going to have Star-Lord ultimate before Eternal Bond, before Invisible Boundary, before any of those massive strategist ultimates. And now you can just pop it and go crazy.
Well, again, we do see the Punisher ban. I think that is because the Star-Lord player on the side of NC State Red is going to be focusing on that instead. And they could have had an option for the Punisher if it didn't work out for them, right? So changing it up a little bit, just making sure that they know exactly what's going to be played by NC State Red. Don't have to worry about it either. Punisher also really good on Central Park, especially. There's some really good turret placements on that first capture point that we've seen, and just the way that there's such open lanes, it's really hard to prevent any damage coming through once you do have the Final Judgment come out. Doctor Strange getting secured. I don't think we are necessarily going to see a ban from it, but hey, maybe. Instead, though, they are not going to be the ones to play it chicken this time. They're going to leave it up to Penn State to be potentially the one to waste a ban on Elsa.
Yeah, we're going to see here. I mean, I feel like PSU Blue, if they're not confident enough on the Elsa, if they don't have an Elsa player themselves, they're going to ban it away. Elsa Chicken has been won by NC State Red. As Dragon Floss and Blank Asian are going to get both of their strategists back. Like, it's such a big difference from, Series 1 where there were like 5 strategists being banned out. Gambit, Mantis, Jeff, right? We saw Cloak and Dagger bans coming in. Then we dropped down a division, right? And these players are very good. They're solid players in their own right. And no strategist bans are really being levied other than the Gambit. And that's just because someone has to ban Gambit, right? You have to ban it away because you don't want to play Gambit Loki all the time. PSU Blue, though, are going to be running a bit of an unorthodox composition. The Omega Res composition is what I'm going to name it. Because there are 2 team-wide reses, and then you've got Rocket Beacon to res you just in case. This is essentially a 3-3 comp.
It is.
This is virtually what it is. And I kind of like this because it's the new variant of triple strategist that I was talking about, Audible, where you're not running like 2 hard healing main supports. Instead, you have like Loki, and then you have Adam Rocket. Rocket's interesting because of the way his burst heals work. He technically is a main support, but he's not healing as much as something like an Invisible Woman or a Cloak and Dagger or a Luna, right? He's a lot more utility-based. So I want to see if this is going to work out for PSU Blue, because really the key is Jero has to farm this Karmic Revival ASAP, and that's a little B-hop action from Igor, by the way.
I'm actually surprised we aren't seeing a little bit of rocket action from NC State Red, because usually you do see that team up with Rocket and Star-Lord, so they kind of have the get out dodge button, a last second eject button if they need it. But I definitely get the no Nephron swap from the Hela. It's not really the best option they can go for into this composition of Penn State Blue. So maybe, change over to the Moon Knight, because they'll be able to build up that ultimate so much faster, especially when it's triple Vanguard. So that's a great move from them.
Yeah, and then you've also got the combination with the Heaven's Retribution, Hand of Khonshu, right? Like, Arch and Nephrons, as long as they're smart, they can just combo those 2 ultimates at any given moment. And realistically, PSU Blue has to have Karmic Revival online, or they just get wiped immediately.
It's a great Assassin's Charge to try and take down the group, but unfortunately for them, they do have to deal with Thing 1 and Thing 2, which is the names of his two knuckles. So
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's true. Interesting though. This composition is a little wacky. I really like the Thing is slotted in here because of the vulnerability that they can apply onto NC State Red. So that lack of damage in theory that you would have because you're not running Duelist, you can sort of kind of make up for it in other spots, right? Adam, obviously, Duelist focused. Rocket can do a lot of damage here. Jero has already copied, I believe, the Karmic Revival. Yeah, there we go. Born Again comes in. And it's a little, right in the face of NC State Red. So we're going to see if that actually results in anything. The map change is going to mess them up a little bit. Point is getting capped. It's already at 65%, but PSU Blue are back here.
ooh, that is a massive strangling prison, but they got to stay alive enough to at least do something with it. But no, the strategist ultimate do come through. NC State Red unfortunately can't stay up though, so PSU Blue doing everything that they can to get the res off. Psionic Seduction, even with the changes, are able to do a little bit more here as well. We need to get some confirms though. And there's one from Magma Bacon, there's another from Dexwell, and Quintero is also able to get one again. PSU Blue locking things down here, and this is a massive stagger onto the Emma.
I like how they're body blocking her too. I would have tried to build walls around her if I could. just stop her. Diabolical Stagger, that's going to at least buy another 10 to 15 seconds before NC State Red can actually look for another engagement. Both Karmic Revivals have been used, as well as pretty much every strategist ultimate. Jero 60% and counting, so Igor has a relatively free Armed and Dangerous here. Will they actually pop it, though? Instead, they're just going to go for the raw elimination onto deck. Does get res, so it's still a 6v6. Can you get the elimination? Can you get the reset? Unfortunately, you cannot. Nephrons and Dragonfloss have their ults available. This should be a fight win and a point win for NC State Red, as they've already garnered 75% of the point.
These walls from OG Slayer also just made the difference here, sectioning them off so that they can't escape. Portal does come through at the last moment, and it will touch at least for a second, going out the back as well, so that they can at least get on the objective. But I think this is just a last-ditch effort to stall for a couple more seconds, but it didn't quite work out as well as they would have wanted it to.
Now's the question. Does PSU Blue swap off triple? Do they go just one duelist? It looks like they're going to go for a little bit harder of a heal. Yeah, Zippy is going to swap over to the cloak. And a lot of that, carry threat potential is going to be on the shoulders of Miles, who's on the solo Phoenix duelist. I like it. Wait a minute. We're swapping over. Miles is going to swap over to Mantis, and Kintaro is going to go.
That is something that was banned like every single time in our last matchup was Mantis. So I'm kind of surprised it took this long to get a Mantis to come out, especially with the healing walls that are available for it. The damage boost is a massive thing as well, but unfortunately, it's not enough for Penn State University to stay sustained here. Instead, they will get deleted by the Wombo combo of the Moon and Groot.
Oh, what a
the
pull!
Hook was nasty.
Yeah, beautiful. Igor is actually him. Jero is going to copy the Eternal Bond here. NC State Red, you have a lot to answer with. Let's see if they're actually going to use it, though. Eternal Bond available. Unfortunately, they're just going to take the elimination. The point was captured, so they didn't need to burn anything.
Wow. That's unfortunate
Unlucky
for Penn State, because they could have stopped it there if they were like a second sooner. But they did not have time on their side, so NC State Red will get the objective back for free. I still feel like they could have stalled out a little bit more and stayed on the objective, but I guess they wanted to back up as much as they could. They knew the ultimates were available for them, and now they're coming online.
Matching Eternal Bonds is what's going to happen here. PSU Blue, though, do have Strangling Prison plus Hand of Khonshu dropped on your head. And unfortunately, NC State Red, you've showed them the combination, but you've also shown them how to defeat you. Well, PSU Blue used quite a bit more than I would have liked. Miles pops the Soul Resurgence, although Deck has swapped over to the Captain America, which you talked about in Series 1 we might see a little bit more of.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting it sooner just because of that alt charge change, right? Because they're able to build up the percentage a little bit more, especially using the freedom charge, and they have their ultimate available to them. So we'll see if that does happen. And maybe just trying to go toe-to-toe with this Angela, distract them a little bit, see if that'll be enough. But they're having a bad time.
Igor takes down Kintaro in the process. PSU Blue are going to have to concede a little bit of space. Arch, this is probably the best point for Angela as well, because you can just charge people off the map. Nice assemble coming out from Captain America, but it's not enough. There's not enough overhealth in the world that could stop you from a strangling prison hand of Khonshu. That's a death sentence back to the graveyard as Igor is sending more to the dinner plates of NC State Red.
Didn't get the full reset at the end, but they did enough to just take it all the way up the staircase, which is the hardest journey, I'd say, for this last checkpoint. So loving this forward positioning that we're seeing from
Arch.
both the Groot and Igor's him. Arch doing what they can do just to be such a nuisance like all Angela players are in the air.
Hate him. Hate him. F1 fighter jets flying around, and nice pull again onto Magma Bacon. He has just been finding these every single time. Igor is just absolutely disgusting. And Deck has swapped over to the Angela to try to do something similar here. Invisible Boundary was popped from Dragon Plus. PSU Blue have this tried and true combo. Hand of Khonshu, Strangling Prison available. Will they get a chance to pop it though? Ratataskar is moving, and unfortunately, PSU Blue don't get to let their ultimates rip, and they have to now cap 3 points if they don't want to go down 2-0.
That's the second time we have seen PSU Blue not be on the objective when they need to be, but it's not really their fault this go around. They were just getting pressured too much. The aggression that we saw from I Am Arch is just another level, because they were able to just get towards the back line. Whenever anyone was trying to push towards the objective, they would Assassin's charge them away. So I'm really curious what the comp change is going to be. We do see the Emma, we see the Groot. I mean, you want to stick with the Groot as much as you can. Honestly, I'd stick with Groot Moon Knight personally, because it was working so well. But hey, I get you want to change it a bit up on defense, especially when there's some better options out there.
Yeah, I don't hate it. If NC State Red want to go Groot Moon Knight, I think it's worth it on the defensive side. I think on offense, you've got to be a little bit more aggressive, especially because you're kind of just getting diffed on the Groot Moon Knight. They're just playing it better than you are. So you've got to change it up. You got to look for a different angle. And are we seeing some Hulk play?
Oh,
Hopefully, it's better than mine.
Deck's just going through the Rolodex of the different dive
Like that.
vanguards you can play. So we'll see what they can do this time on the Hulk. Have you seen? I haven't seen one in a while, but I remember when there used to be the puny banner players who would just stay without playing Hulk the entire time. But they were worrying me a little bit there. They're taking their time to get into their Hulk form.
Ooh, is this a TP play? Is it a kidnap? Are they just looking to cut someone of the supports off? Like, I don't really love this TP from them, but using it this early does guarantee that they get it one more time here, as there's a 3-minute cooldown. We'll be on that 30 seconds. They got to TP themselves off of one entrance, funnel themselves into the group. I don't know about this, guys.
Yes, let's build the ult charge for the Winter Soldier, who gets a KO uppercut, and no Nephrons with a triple, looking for the quad. If they can secure it, just give it to him. But no, they're going to delay as long as possible. They do get some ult charge to the Doctor Strange, but that's not much. Unfortunate for Penn State Blue, but you can see exactly why no Nephrons did swap onto the Phoenix. Curious on why they paused, but maybe they had their own disconnection on their side. Crash came out, so that makes sense. Thanks, Reduction, on that one. But you know what we have time for, Shibby? To think about what these uncommon traits for these teams are. We've had, a map and a half at this point. So what would you say are the ones for now for NC State?
I mean, just I don't know how many teams have as good of a strategist line as NC State Red in collegiate specifically, right? Obviously, we can look at like pro play, we can look at other teams, but their strategist line really understands how to play with each other. I think that's very important. A lot of times, you'll have strategists that are disjointed. When they get dove, they'll panic, right? Happens all the time in solo queue. Happens even in some of the higher levels where one strategist is doing one thing, the other guy is doing something else, and they're not really trying to play with each other. They're just trying to play for their own survival, which actually ends up leading to their deaths here. So I think uncommon trait, and I think something that is very underrated, is Dragon Floss and Blank Asian just playing very well, like low death games. I wanted to mention it last series, and we have some time right now. Dying as a strategist is so much more impactful now than it ever was, because you're not building as much ultimate charge when you're dead, right? Because they reduce the amount you gain. So a lot of your ult charge is going to come from staying alive and healing your team. As I say that, though, Blank Asian and the rest of NC State Red go down. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I think the win condition here for Penn State Blue is overwhelming damage. We kind of saw that happen on their attack this go around, and it worked out well for them. I mean, they were doing really good on the Vanguard side, but once they swapped things up a little bit, we got to see a lot more out of them. But on the other side, we see that exact thing from Igor as him, getting so many KOs for their team. Great portal play and a perfect reset to try and shut them down.
So Nephron swapped over to the Doctor Strange. OG Slayer's now on Wolverine. Igor is still on the tried and true Winter Soldier. Arch has now locked in the Emma. I don't hate this, as you can lose the Doctor Strange that's there, but let's see if OG Slayer can actually get some nice naps onto Magma Bait.
Well, we do get the reset, at least from the Loki clone for Igor as him. Even with the shade that comes out. Might have another one come through. Ensong Inferno is also going to be tag teamed with the Strangling Prison. That's exactly what we wanted to see from this Penn State squad. These are the combinations we've been waiting for. Quintero also getting a triple themselves, finally able to get that final checkpoint in. This is what I was thinking, like, we need the ult coordination between Penn State Blue to be their win con here, and that's exactly what we saw from them.
Yeah, that the Ensong Inferno on top of the Strangling Prison works somewhat similar to the Hand of Khonshu, but it's a lot more immediate burst. So you can time the Ensong Inferno with your team and say, hey, burst them now. I'm going to drop the Phoenix on their head. And there is no amount of healing that can really get you through that, unless you like double strategist ult or something like that. That's where you can really look to potentially counter it, but then you're just wasting so much.
I'm liking this focus on Quintero as well, just making sure that they can keep them sustained in this fight. Make it so that you kind of build around their ultimate once they get it up and see what you can do with it.
Whoa.
Great plays by Igor as him, but unfortunately they overextended and the strategist could not keep them alive, save their lives. So Invisible Boundary available for Dragon Floss. Really just going to wait for the key moment to use it. Don't have their own force physics, but unfortunately for Penn State University, they couldn't use their Eye of Agamotto at the right time because the rest of them just got torn to pieces.
Let's see if Deck, like every other Doctor Strange player in the world, flies up into the sky and immediately telegraphs the ult here, or he's going to try to bait out the force physics. Maybe looking to get a little sneaky. Magma Bacon, Strangling Prison available. A lot of the Vanguard ultimates are online here. Ensong Inferno as well. The combo is up and running. I don't know if Dragon Floss's Invisible Boundary is going to be enough to stop it. Blank Asian, though, Eternal Bond available. A lot of ults in the banks for both these guys, but they're choosing to drive fight. It is a Mexican standoff here, Vaudable, as they are just looking to try and pop their ultimates at the right time. NC State Red, Eternal Bond now popped. PSU Blue, though, have copied their own, and they're going to look to potentially swing this fight. One member has already gone down. Ensong Inferno is going to drop Invisible Boundary in response. Igor and Nephron's Mind Control available for Arch, as well as the Kraken Impact. That's a lot of guys ready and available. Ensong Inferno dropped on top here. Igor is him, takes down the Phoenix. PSU Blue, all the meanwhile, have been slowly but surely escorting the convoy, and Quintero is trying to play hero ball.
This has been massive for PSU Blue. They baited out all the ultimates from NC State Red, getting individual picks. Now they just need to win the neutral battle, and they can take that second objective. That's the tough part for them, though. These group walls are being such a nuisance, allowing the rest of NC State to rally behind it and then get some cover and heal up from it. So we do have the Kraken Impact, and I'm curious if they're going to try to use it to initiate, because no one's got an ultimate to counter yet, but we will see Invisible Boundary
Dragon
online
Floss
in mere moments.
built that up relatively quickly after we just saw it used. So a lot of trash damage getting
Waited
thrown
too long,
onto
in my
NC State
opinion.
Red. And yeah, unfortunately, not willing to throw it down here. 25 seconds and counting. Igor, 80% on the Galactic Legend, is able to take down Magma Bacon. That's a massive stagger. Do they have the TP available? Deck should be swapping, no?
They should be swapping, but it looks like they're just walking instead, which doesn't make sense. And this seems to be panic from the side of DSU Blue. I mean, they do have ultimates in their favor, and we do see the Eternal Bond come through. But yeah, Deck is down and has a long way to go, and there's going to be the Eternal Bond from NC State Red. They have all their ultimates available. They have the Galactic Legend if they need it, and Quintero is still holding on to this Kraken Impact. You're not going to have it for long because OT is here, and you need the objective.
Armed and Dangerous comes in. Here comes the Legendary, and a nice wipe from NC State Red. They drop the ammo and they say Galactic Legend just for good measure. PSU Blue looked strong on point one and got absolutely routed just around the bend.
I think that's the problem with people still trying to figure out where they can stretch their ultimates with the new changes this season. And Quintero, I think if they used their Kraken Impact, as soon as they saw the other team exit, the door, get towards the gateway into that second checkpoint, that would have been the time to use your Kraken Impact. But unfortunately, I don't think they timed their own internal clock of the ultimates from their opponents in NC State Red, and they were too hesitant to use that Kraken Impact, and it was already too late by the time they used it.
Zippy, unfortunately, having 13 deaths here is tough. When your support is going down that often, it can be very hard to build that ultimate charge, and you can just see it in the healing numbers, right? 32 to 39k versus 53 to 48. Those numbers, those differences, that's a whole ult, probably ult and a half, that Dragon Floss and Blank Asian have over their counterparts, and that was the difference maker. Dragon Floss just used their invisible boundary during that last fight to counter the Ensong Inferno, and when we panned back to that fight, yeah, they panned back, and I see Dragon Floss at 90%. I'm like, man, she's healing a lot.
It's a tough spot to find yourself in, but we are going to be taking a break this time. Instead of going all the way through, we need to give our production and players a breather and ourselves and think about this next map, what they're going to strategize to come out on top and force the issue. They don't want to fall into the lower bracket because there is a long road ahead of them if they do go there as well. Kennesaw State in the back end, though, got a 3-0 over Drexel Gold, already moving on in the East playoffs for Division 2. But we'll be back with this matchup. We'll see if it concludes in a 3-0 sweep or if it continues after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Forge Trials. We are on to map 3, potentially our final one. 2 sweeps, so 2 weeks in a row for us, Shibby. That's kind of uncommon, you could say.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Maybe the voodoo, the magic has worn off. Well, it is called the Forge Trials, right? So maybe that's what's happening. Maybe it's not the NECC, Marvel Rivals. It's a little bit different. The name
It is a little different, yeah.
Yeah, so now we get the 3-0s. Hopefully we get 5-game bangers or potential 7-game bangers at Nationals.
That would be great. But leading up to that, we do have to talk about the uncommon traits for these teams specifically. And the first one is NC State. I mean, we kind of know that they are the top dogs in this matchup so far. They got that new esports program smell, you could say. But I think that just means they have a lot to prove. And that's exactly what they're doing in these matchups so far. I mean, we saw them have a dominant performance last time, and they are continuing that here. They have that strong strategist backline like you were talking about, Shibby. And then, low def gaming for maximum success is another one because they just somehow stay alive through everything that is thrown at them. And I think that's a big thing, especially for that backline, as you mentioned.
You heard it here, guys. Dying less results in more wins. Can confirm that is a very strong strategy. The more you reduce the amount of times you die in game, the better chance you have at winning.
That's very true. But let's talk about the win conditions here, or the uncommon traits, you could say as well, for Penn State University Blue on what they need to do to come out on top in this next map and reverse sweep the series. They got that Big Ten energy. They need to bring that into this matchup because we haven't really seen it so far. We saw a little bit of it, sparks of brilliance in that last one. And while the duelists definitely need some overwhelming damage because of how sustained the backline has been the entire time, both maps we saw so little depths from that other side, then we need a little bit more ultimate coordination on that being their major win condition, because we saw when they were coordinating ultimates, they were able to get that first capture point, and afterwards, unfortunately, they struggled with it. But these uncommon traits, they are brought to you by the Army National Guard. Find your calling at nationalguard.com. With that out of the way, potentially into our final map here, NC State Red versus PSU Blue. We are seeing similar start bans between these two, Gambit and then Venom. They don't want to play against Venom ever if they can handle it, and they did feel pretty confident in the group, which I respect.
I think PSU Blue have to continuously ban the Venom just because it's just how much of a nuisance, NC State Red were on that. I love the Winter Soldier save. I mean, Igor has been popping off on the hero. Yeah. Give your star player the best chance to win, right? Don't neuter them for no reason. Don't try to put them on something different here. I love the mag ban as well. I think the mag ban has been so instrumental for NC State Red because it allows them to do so much more, right? With some of these more projectile-based heroes and stuff that they like to play. If, PSU were allowed to run Mag Strange, we might be talking a very different game. I do love that PSU Blue has caught on to NC State Red last banning the Van Pool, so they take the second phase of the saves here and opt in to save it for the match here. I like this. And
so
instead,
there's the
NC
Punisher
State
we were
Red,
talking about. I feel like that's worse than having a Vanpool on your team. I mean, Vanpool's really good. They enable a lot, and I think Vanpool's also a little bit of a counter, right, to that Punisher, because they can use the Banhammer on them, especially when they're trying to use their ultimate. That's a good way to shut it down. NC State Red, though, having to be the ones to lose the Elsa Bloodstone Chicken game, so they will be the ones to ban instead. They do not want it to be available for Penn State University Blue, especially with the team up that they have with Deadpool. It's very effective, so we'll see what they can do.
Strategist
but,
here.
No surprise, we're on convoy for Midtown.
Oh, there we go. Whoa!
That's
all right,
huge.
You guys listened. Good job, PSU Blue. I love that Cloak and Dagger man. Finally
Loki,
throwing blank Asian on something else. Yeah, Loki is a little bit more diveable, is a little bit more susceptible to getting, absolutely destroyed here. As I say that, though, blank Asian immediately swaps over the Rocket. I kind of like this. With Phoenix being banned out, Rocket goes relatively undisturbed here, and you have a lot of good ultimates that you can empower. Rocket plus Emma, the amp, plus with the increased buff that she got with her range on the damage and everything like that, it actually rewards Emma players for finding those massive psionic seductions. You pair that up with a CYA, and you're most likely wiping the enemy team.
Also the Rocket Punisher. I mean, it's not what the old Rocket Punisher used to be, right? But the damage boost is still very effective. So
Yes.
that could be just one way to burst down the other team as much as possible. So we'll see what they do. But again, NC State Red, their objective is to break out of a potential spawn hold by Penn State University. And Penn State University, I mean, if there was another uncommon trait, I would have said, like, they did pretty well for themselves on the triple-triple last time. So maybe that'll be their go-to this go-around, feeling a little bit more confident on the Van Pool as well. So a couple different strategies they can go for. We're gonna get Shotgun Punisher.
Damn you, Momo. What have you done? Oh, man. I mean, that, like, people are learning the lineups, dude. What the scary thing isn't that people are busting out the Shotgun Punisher, because, you know, people have been trying to copy it before. It's the fact that they're learning from Pirate King Momo. The lineups, the zips, and it's like, oh, they're dead? Oh, they come back onto the map super quick, shotgun in hand. Like, it is pretty disgusting here. I love that NC State Red, and specifically Nefrons, had immediately swapped over to the Moon Knight, by the way, was on the Punisher. Recognized that they're back on triple-triple. All right, I'm going to farm my hand of Conchu again.
Yeah, it's one of the lowest ult charges in the game, and this is exactly
1-800.
why it's so effective. 1-800 Moon Knight, you're just calling up Conchu.
That's so disgusting. Fun fact, Groot and Moon Knight have the same ultimate charge cost. Now, if that's not biased, I don't know what is. Like, those two heroes are meant to be played together. It's like peanut butter and jelly. You just drop the hand of Conchu onto the Strangling Prison. It was a combo that was used early on in, like, Season 0 and 1 of, you know, pro play. And I have a sneaking suspicion it's gonna come back.
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, we saw a lot of it during MRC, so we're probably going to see some more similarities with this as well. I mean, it all comes down to the bans, though. I mean, Groot's been getting banned a lot in pro play, and maybe not as much at this level. And, well, you can see why Penn State University are feeling pretty good playing Groot, though, especially using the Sonic Seduction. But they had to use a lot of their ultimates to shut things down. So, NC State Red, if they play their cards right, they should easily have the wombo combo of the Strangling Prison and the Hand of Conchu, but we'll see if it comes out.
Yeah, I think what's really smart here is that Miles has the Karmic Revival available. Like,
True.
You want NC State Red, you almost want to make yourself, you want to play stupid. You know what I mean? Like,
play stupid, go crazy.
yeah. Like, if you're PSU Blue, you want to almost bait NC State Red into like, oh my god, they're all grouped up. They're going to drop Hand of Conchu plus Strangling Prison. And then you just, if you're Miles, you just res everybody back. And you're essentially trading 2 for 1 here. Ultimate gets dropped. Hand of Conchu gets dropped as well. So maybe they were playing a little dumb. Maybe they were baiting here. Let's see if the Karmic Revival actually gets used here. Jero's going to copy instead. And that's going to be deep into the enemy backline.
Huge.
Evan's Retribution gets blocked out, gets stuck onto the wall there. And Dragonflaw, specifically on NC State Red side, is going to pop that invisible boundary to at least get some forward momentum. But you've got to deal with another Karmic Revival, guys.
Oh, man. Still managed to get one elim, but there's enough time for them to get back in the fights. And even with all of the effort that we saw from NC State Red, they have at least forced Penn State University Blue back enough to create so much space towards that first checkpoint. So no more ults in the bank for them, unfortunately, aside from Quintero, and I feel like it's better to save that for the next team fight.
Portal comes in. Here comes the Sonic Seduction plus the CYA. A lot of damage can be thrown down. Zippy does res Jero back up here. So 65 onto the map, and a huge damage threat has been taken down in both the Bucky and the Moon Knight. Nefron's Hand of Conchu is available, though. OG Slayer, 20% on that Strangling Prison. Can PSU Blue build up a Karmic Revival before that comes into fruition? Will be tough. 50% on both of these strategists. That's the ultimate charge cost nerf in effect right now.
Oh, Magma Bacon going down too is rough as well. They had their ultimate available, and they were hoping that they could bait out the Force Physics from Dragonflaw. But Kraken Impact coming through. Banhammer, I think directly onto Igor's him, so they can't really do too much about it. But Hand of Conchu on the line for now, and that's exactly what they're going to be able to do. Taking out the trash on the back line. Nobody can move forward, and they're not going to be able to get those reses off again.
I mean, beautiful combo. I love Nefron's position for it. Was on top of the bus here.
There it goes.
I like the Eye of Agamotto not being used there from PSU Blue. Maybe he was looking to bait something out. But NC State Red Tank Buster composition in full effect. Looks like they're going to swap things around here. Zippy's going to go over to the Invisible Woman. Miles is going to go over to the Mantis. Are we going to keep the solo DPS Winter Soldier? I feel like that's not enough. Even if you're Mantis damage boosting it, I don't know how I would feel about that.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. I mean, we've seen, I was talking about it before, we've seen it happen a lot. Usually the other end, though, more recently, not as much as like 2-1-3, more like 3-1-2 instead, but they're just trying to keep their team up as much as they can. I think a lot of it has to do with the ult specifically, especially with Invis going down. They can't get the copy that they were hoping to. They have to go towards the back lane and actually go towards Dragonfloss for it instead, so Yarrow is going to get the Soul Resurgence this time instead and see if that's enough to keep them going forward, and it is, especially with the damage boost. So I do like the change up here. They're also going to have Deck use it on to flank Asian for the Banhammer. So they did use a lot of their ultimates, but I think there was good usage of it. Okay, we see you, buddy.
All right, bro. Flexing. Flex on me. All right. 75% on both Groot and Moon Knight. Blank Asian does have the copy available. Dragonfloss as well. So despite PSU Blue winning that fight, they burned a ton of resources. Zippy, 20% on the Invisible Boundary. Miles has their own Soul Resurgence. Remember, the last one was copied by Jero. Kintaro as well has that Kraken Impact, has had a penchant for holding a little too long. And as I say that, they're going to pop it. Both of the Buckies are going to go crazy here. Dragonfloss does pop Invisible Boundary, matches with Zippy Twins. Here comes the Moon, though, dropping onto the heads of PSU Blue with the Strangling Prison right on top. Very, very deadly combination. Does PSU Blue just put the the Moon Knight in the bag and say, hey, we've got a match? Because they don't have an answer for Strangling Prison and Moon Knight.
Yeah, not enough damage, I think, coming out from them again. And that's what I talked about before, right? That they need overwhelming damage against NC State Red. The backline's too strong. They haven't been able to deal with them. They don't really have the flanking ability that we saw, in the previous series where you're able to get behind them, take out the backline, and then they can't sustain themselves enough. So PSU Blue are just running straight at a wall and hoping that they can break through with sheer willpower. And not going to work out this time. One thing to note too here, Shibi, that we haven't even mentioned, NC State Red had choice of side both times and opted for attack, so they are just trying to learn the playing field and see if they can set the bar for themselves on how much they need to defend, and I kind of like that strategy.
Banhammer going down onto Nephrons. Does have to unfortunately park himself out of that high ground there. 55 seconds left here for NC State Red. Eye of Agamotto from Arch lands only onto a couple members, but it doesn't matter. Kintaro has the resets going off of the Loki clones.
Ooh.
Fortunately, does get pulled. Focuses a little bit too much looking for the reset. That's going to give more distance for Igor is him and the rest of the squad. Jero does have the copy available. Magma Bacon, 5% and counting towards that Strangling Prison. Kintaro swaps over the Moon Knight, but buddy, I think it might be too little too late here.
Yeah, especially with the ultimates available to NC State Red. They still have some time until we do have the Strangling Prison, but there is the copy that's coming out too from a Blank Asian, so it will be Invisible Boundary instead. Hand of Conjure is still available. They can use that as soon as it goes down and catch them off guard. That might be the way to go, but yeah, they're going directly for the combo instead. Double Invisible Boundaries both ways with the Lokis. There's the Moon going down instead. Kraken Impact as well happening from Igor as him. They want to shut things down and get this to the distance with overtime available to them. So there's the triple, gets the reset on the end. Can they get the Loki for good measure for the quad? Yes, they do. Extra hang time, but that's all they need to stall for that final checkpoint. No extra time available for them afterwards if they get to OT, but they have set the bar pretty high.
And I love what Nephrons did there, right? Was trying to save the Moon Knight Groot combo, but the moment they got Strangling Prison, he's like, you know what? I'm going to drop the Moon Knight on ourselves, so that if they try to get close to confirm some of these KOs, they're going to get hit with multiple hands of Khonshu. And that's exactly what happened. It confirmed the elimination onto Kintaro, who couldn't then get the ultimate off. And we're looking at the tab here. I mean, Igor has just been popping off here on the Winter Soldier. Nephrons has had a little bit of help. OG Slayer and Nephrons combined their final hits because they've been helping each each other out a lot, right? Strangling Prison plus Hand of Khonshu is the reason their numbers are so high, whereas Igor, in my mind, has been kind of just doing it all by himself.
Again and again and again is what we have seen from them. Here's the big difference again, though, is like the elimination factor for PSU Blue has just not been there. That's been the case for every map. A lot closer in the last one, of course, but they just didn't have an answer and were too hesitant to swap until it was too late, as you mentioned. So a couple of different strategies we could see from them, but I'm quite surprised we're not seeing the Moon Knight here to try and break spawn.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
See,
1.
NC State Red going to be looking to, you know, potentially spawn back in or portal back in with a 3-3 here. They're running a prototypical 2-2, but sometimes you'll see they'll run this and then they'll swap back over if they want to stall for a time here. PSU Blue, though, have swapped over to the Punisher with no Magneto available onto the map. Would provide a lot of pressure onto the group specifically. I think they've recognized that OG Slayer is the one that's really carrying and setting up NC State Red for a lot of these eliminations and a lot of these, you know, team fight wins.
Really curious what's going to be giving first, and it will be Magma Bacon going down at this time, so that does create a lot of more wiggle room for NC State Red to move up, especially as you see No Nephrons just trying to get these eliminations, build up that ult charge fully, and then shut them down as soon as they get towards the mission vehicle again. And great off angles that we saw from Igor's Him just to get in, get some poke damage, and move out again, positioning themselves so that they can potentially get a kidnap if anyone moves forward. But you do see Penn State University Blue being a bit too hesitant to move forward. I think they're just trying to focus on more of an ult team fight game instead of the neutral like we were talking about before.
And we see Deck trying to force Nephrons off the high ground. I like what he's doing. That's your job as Vanguard Pool, to challenge some of these lanes and challenge some of these duelists and force them off onto different angles. But it's tough if you're not, you know, confirming the eliminations, not confirming some of these KOs. Here comes Strangling Prison plus Hand of Khonshu right to the face there. Everybody goes down, and Igor says, hey, we're popping ults. I want to press Q.
Yeah, I don't know if that was necessary for Igor's Him, and we'll see if that is going to bite them in the end, but I think they're feeling hunger frenzy from the KOs that were coming into the feed, and now we have the final judgment from Miles of Lag. So the big thing comes down to how they're able to use this. Yarrow also already did the copy for the God of Mischief, and all of the ultimates are dropping from Penn State. Kraken Impact comes through. We do have the Strangling Prison, so they're actually using a combo that way to section them away from the invisible boundary, but every single strategist ultimate is going through. Eye of Agamotto is actually going to completely nullify the final judgment from Miles of Lag, and Penn State University cannot catch a break.
4-man Eye of Agamotto from Arch absolutely decimates whatever momentum Penn State University Blue had there. It looked pretty nice, like you said, using the Strangling Prison to section them off away from the invisible boundary. The thing is, Miles as well was able to take down Dragonfloss, and a little bit of blast from the past here. PSU Blue running a Storm Moon Knight. Maybe not as effective as it was a couple seasons ago, but still pretty damn good at breaking and you know, destroying some of these group compositions, some of these double strategists, big strategist compositions with the Loki and the Invisible Woman. The damage boost might be crucial for Kintaro to build his ultimate up there, and yeah, Arch has to be careful. A lot of damage on the side of PSU Blue here.
It might be good for Arch, though, to go down a little bit earlier so they can portal back, right? They still have that available to them. That's exactly what they did here. So they'll have the respawn timer to try and get back on the objective as long as the rest of their team can stall. The problem with that is you do have the Moon Knight and the Storm with the damage boost building their ult even faster.
They're not gonna get it.
This is the difference maker here, and I don't think they will get the portal in time. So fortunate for them, they didn't feed fast enough. And I think that's also to the credit of Penn State University Blue, is that they realized, oh, they still have portal available. Let's take a little bit more time dealing with Arch.
Yeah, I like this. I like this swap over from PSU Blue there. Going to Storm Moon Knight. Just looking to do massive amounts of AoE. They're going to build their DPS ultimates up faster than Dragonfloss, and Blank can have everything up there as well. As I say that, though, 91% on the invisible boundary. OG Slayer does have Strangling Prison, and Nephrons gonna swap away from the the Moon Knight onto the Punisher, and Igor unfortunately gets taken down in midair, but it doesn't matter. Magma Bacon is there to confirm the KO. Mega Hurricane doesn't actually do too much. Takes down Nephrons, but isn't able to tank too much. OG Slayer takes him down, trading 1-for-1 so far. Arch, I have Akamoto available. Does he feel like he needs to pop it? Here we go. Unfortunately, gets frozen. Jero! What a massive, massive freeze!
Oh my goodness. Yarrow just doing everything for their team there. It was a freeze and to the force physics. We don't have the 7.5 change with the CC chaining nerf that is coming through, but they will gladly send them into the Shadow Realm from whence they came. And, well, Deck does have a little bit more time until they can build up the Banhammer again, but Final Judgment is going to be coming out here from no Nephrons on the other direction for NC State Red. They said, what you can do, I can do better, and send them packing away from the objective, but they're not actually going to get a single confirm because they completely fall back, and this actually works out well for them. If they wanted to, they could go around and go towards the objective, but they're still going towards the main stage because that's where Luna Snow is always wanting to perform.
Intaro, ultimate available, maybe looking at damage boosted, drops the Moon onto the back line. Strangling Prison whiffs from Magma Bacon,
late.
unfortunately. But it doesn't matter. I believe the team fight win is going to go over to PSG Blue. As I say that, though, OG Slayer says, your Strangling Prison is not my Strangling Prison, and absolutely pushes PSU Blue back.
Ooh, huge play, too, there from the Emma Frost, able to take down Kintaro, so they couldn't even stay up and build up that ult charge even faster. But you'd see the stagger between the ults from Kintaro and Magma Bacon. I mean, the whiff, I think, is really what lost them that team fight.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it was looking to trap people in the middle of the Moon Knight ultimate. A nice pull coming out from Igor. Unfortunately, Miles is going to take down Arch in the process. Igor goes down as well. Zippy has to pop the invisible boundary for their team to win this team fight. Omega Hurricane is available. Is there a contest, though, from NC State Red? Arch has swapped over to the Strange Portal. I don't know if it'll make it in time again, Bull.
Unfortunately, I don't think it will. This is the second time around that the portal actually does it the millisecond that they needed it to. Somehow, some way, they get onto the objective, but Omega Hurricane will be here to rain terror from above, and the second checkpoint is taken. Unfortunately for no Nephrons, they didn't practice the angles to get onto the objective, but everyone was just dealt with. And this is the damage win condition I was talking about, Shibby. They were not doing enough to take down NC State Red. The damage boost of this storm has been the difference maker.
100%, 100%. And I will say, NC State Red, with that TP, they do take out the Omega Hurricane, which, you know, getting that resource out at the .16 meter on .2 might be the reason they win on .3. But Strangling Prison, Hand of Khonshu coming up very soon. 75% on Magma Bacon. They have to wait here. Kintaro cannot use this ult early as OG Slayer has swapped over to the Angela. Nephrons is still on the Punisher. I just don't agree with this. Arch goes down 5v6 into the Loki as well. It's going to be tough for Blank Asian to help his team if they're not positioning these Loki clones correctly. Goes down here. Are PSU Blue going to walk it in with a little extra time? Uh-oh, Nephrons, what are you doing?
Final Judgment in the backline, maybe? Could be the case. Waiting for them to be baited out. Invisible boundary does come through, goes in with the shotgun, but I think it was a little bit too late, so the angle doesn't quite work for them. We do have Nephrons on the back end, though. They just need to be sustained, and unfortunately they do go down, so it's not going to work, and we will hit OT unless someone has something to say about it. No, they do not. We go the distance in map 3 on Midtown. No extra time. Well, 4 seconds of extra time. But NC State Red, I think it's coming back to bite them that they didn't opt for defense first.
You'll need a top-notch team to win.
Potentially, as now they've got to push it as far as
There's
they
the
can
elims.
here. 1 minute. There's the elims coming out from Kintaro. And Miles swapping over 17 finals. Guy has been playing a multitude of heroes. Remember, we saw him on the Mantis. We saw him at one point on the Bucky. Like, we've seen him on so many different heroes so far, swapping over the Storm now. And it looks like Nephrons and Igor is like, hey, that's a really nice composition.
Yeah.
I will just yoink that for myself.
I'll take that. Thank you.
Loki
man.
copy, literally. Loki copy the composition here. Although Blank
No
Asian is
Loki.
going to go... Yeah. So they're going to I like this because Blank Asian was kind of getting farmed, I'm not going to
Yeah.
lie, by the Moon Knight Storm. Like, he was unfortunately giving his team ricochets with the clones, and it was just messing his team up here. Nephrons, looks like they're a Storm player, at least somewhat, which kind of frightens me now that they're willing to bust this out here. Let's see if NC State Red can take a page out of PSU Blue and play this one a little bit better. How far do you think they're going to get here, Vaudible? 0.4, 0.5, or do they take it the distance?
I hope for their sakes that they take it the distance, but it's really too hard to tell between these two teams, especially because this is the first time we've seen Nephrons on Storm. So it's really going to come down to if Storm gets taken out before they can help their team build ult charge. That's going to be the win condition for them. But Penn State University Blue, I don't agree with this positioning from them. They're giving too much room to their opponents, and this is allowing them to just walk forward. Unfortunately, though, NC State Red, we saw the group go in a little bit too fast without having the heals like we saw from Loki.
He is getting melted. One thing to note, guys, if you are playing Vanguard Pool or any version of Deadpool, all the upgrades that you made through the first two halves stays into overtime. You don't reset here, so that's the tough part. We're going to see if Arch is going to be able to do something here. Does not pop the banhammer, instead pops the quiz. Have to get the reset. 5 is needed for the jackpot. He's unable to get it, I think. No, he finally does here. Igor's going to drop the hand of Conchu. We've ticked into overtime already. 1 minute. This is how far they've gotten. PSU Blue. Kintaro is disgustingly low and is going to finally go down, but gets rezzed nearly immediately. Zippy Twins has the CYA available in about 3%. This could be the swing. Blank Asian, 10% and counting. CYA gets popped by Zippy. Miles of Lag has the ultimate available. Nice strangling prison, but there's no follow-up. Audible. NC State Red just chill in the strangling prison. They don't mind, as now the Omega Hurricane is going to come online very soon. Armic Revival, Jero copies, does go down. Wait a minute, is looking for the res.
Rez is huge, but unfortunately for them, they do have to get pushed back as much as possible from the objective. There it comes through this time, and that's when you use the Omega Hurricane to counter it. We've seen this happen so many times in pro play. Nobody can stay alive. The Omega Hurricane is ripping through the ranks of Penn State University Blue, and they'll have to portal back if they want to fight as long as they can, but there's only Quintero to do that, so they do lose out on a lot of damage.
NC State Red getting a little bit of extra credit. Living through that ultimate was key. The strangling prison had no follow-up. Igor is going to take down Jero. That's a big support. Taken down. Like you said, maybe used a little too early. Portal comes out. No ultimates available for the rest of NC State Red. This is a dry fight. Nephrons takes down Miles of Lag. Amplifier comes down. Zippy goes down as well, though. Amplifier is still there. Wait a minute. Quintero's trying. 75% on the Eye of Agamotto. Nephrons has taken down another member. Magma Bacon throws the strangling prison. Still no follow-up. Still no KO. Still no elims. Deck does have the banhammer. Throws it down onto NC State Red. They're still fighting for this last 3 meters. PSU Blue are trying their damage to waste enough time, despite the TP, despite the res, despite the triple strategies. It's not enough. Can NC State Red just get it to that 4th point? Finally, after a back and forth, a tumultuous back and forth between these two teams, NC State Red secures point 4 with a sliver of overtime.
Yeah, they don't have much time, and if a single one of them is not touching the objective, it will stop their movement towards that second checkpoint, so they got to be careful about it. Unfortunately for them, on the side of Penn State University Blue, they don't have much displacement of the other team. The only thing I can think of, though, would be the Hand of Khonshu. They can put that directly around the mission vehicle itself. It's going to be very difficult to hold on to it, so no Nephrons. Omega Hurricane might be the way to go just to get them away from the point and section yourself up for success. Loki Greens are here. They are baited out, just waiting it patiently and trying to go towards the back line, but you won't have as much sustain because the rest of your team isn't here, but nobody's helping them out. Instead, you're going to get 1 for free, maybe 2, and you eventually do go down, but that's enough.
Res Beacon thrown down. Magma Bacon, like you said, takes down Nephron. 3 members, 4 now for PS Blue, have been eliminated. Blank Asian says, I'm done healing. I'm a duelist. Damage rocket only. Arch throwing down the banhammer very soon. Instead, actually pops the pop quiz. He's been more focused on surviving here, more focused on getting the jackpots. Taking down this Res Beacon is actually crucial, as OG Slayer does pop that strangling prison. Nephron did drop the hand of Conchu, but it didn't look like it got too much. Dragon Floss throwing down the invisible boundary. Kintaro can maybe put a stop to this. Strangling Prison. Hand of Conchu finally lands onto NC State Red. And after 4.5 points, PSU Blue stopped them. They've got to get it just as far. 135.5 meters is the distance they need to go here, Vaudable. And last time we saw them, they were able to do it, and then some.
Oh man, this is down to the wire, exactly how we were hoping things would go for this match. We were telling the masses about the win conditions for Penn State University Blue, and they made the adaptations necessary. And I really like the change up from them too, not relying on Loki as much, using the Luna Snow or the damage boost even when they need to, right? Like, that has been elevating them to another level whenever these ultimates come through, and also being able to make up for maybe some of the better neutral play that we've seen from NC State Red throughout this series. So the Mantis, they tried it before, it just didn't really work out as well as they were hoping it to, and I think because they kept getting focused down so much and the ultimate wasn't really doing as much as they would like to, wasn't as effective. And because, you know, triple strategist just doesn't work as well as it used to because of the ult charge nerfs. So I like this change up from Penn State University Blue. We'll see, though, what they can do to try and one-up the NC State Red OT play.
Mirrored comp from PSU Blue, trying to replicate some of that success here. Try to prevent the sweep from NC State Red to begin the potential reverse sweep from PSU Blue here. Nefrons has swapped again, once again over to that Punisher, which I just don't agree with. I feel like PSU Blue did a fantastic job of kiting out those final judgments like you mentioned, but Igor has swapped over as well to the Star-Lord, maybe looking to provide some air support control. Kintaro, 75% and counting on his ultimate. He's building it up so quickly!
This is massive for Kintaro, and kind of a difference maybe between them and No Nefrons, right? They seem to be a more seasoned Moon Knight player, especially with the way that their ultimates are coming out here. A quad for their name, a penta instead. Miles gets one just for the Hexa, but it doesn't matter. Everyone has wiped an ace for Penn State University Blue. So much speed behind them. The extra 4 seconds could be a difference here.
Ooh, TP comes in though. Arch gets this one off. Gonna have to see. Deck has Banhammer available. Blank Asian though. Watch the CYA. It doesn't matter. Kintaro is under your bed. He's in your closet, Vaudable, as he takes out all of NC State Red.
A nightmare realm that NC State Red has been sent to throughout this Midtown convoy, and unfortunately for them, they need to wake up as quickly as they can and get to work. Homework is right in front of them, and it's due at the first ring of the bell, and they need to do something to stop this Penn State University team. The ultimates don't seem to be in their favor either.
Oh, they haven't had any time to build it. They've lost 2 team fights in a row, and Deck living there is absolutely crucial. If he goes down, we're talking a different story. Blank Asian, though, does have CYA. Are they looking to combo Arch on the top ropes? Maybe threatening an Eye of Agamotto that he doesn't even have, but he's not helping his front lines here. CYA gets popped. This might be it. Banhammer gets thrown down. Can NC State Red stop them at the hash marks? Omega Hurricane, Strangling Prison, and Hand of Conchu throw everything and the kitchen sink. Kintaro is the carry of this map as he starts the potential reverse sweep for PSU Blue. Overtime is ticking. There's only so much distance to go here. Everybody is dead. NC State Red don't have a TP. How are they going to contest? Is it Blank Asian? He's going to be the one to do it on the rocket. They've spotted him out, Vaudable.
Nope. Oh no, it's not going to be enough for NC State Red. And I was saying in the background before this one, Chivy, that, oh, this should be the last map based on the way the first 2 went. Nope, I kind of cursed it. But Penn State University Blue, they're the ones looking for the reverse sweep in this series. And that's one heck of a way to get towards it.
The MVP. Well-deserved, well-earned 55 elims. Woo! He's so nasty, he made me sick, Vaudable. 28 final hits. I cannot believe what I'm seeing on the board. 21 from Miles as well, combining for a near 50 bomb, 1 away. Ooh, PSU Blue might have found the composition to start their reverse sweep. NC State Red Do they ban the Moon Knight? Do they ban the Groot? They outplayed them on that Groot Moon Knight composition.
Groot
in
was
map
saved
2.
twice. Like, we saw Groot saved first from Penn State University Blue, and we saw a little bit of this, right, in that map 2, as you mentioned. So you have to ban the Moon Knight. You can't allow the Moon Knight to go through at all. Honestly, I feel like the Moon Knight's more of a problem for them than we would have seen Elsa, personally, just because of that ultimate, but also because it is Convoy and Midtown itself. Unfortunately, though, for the side of Penn State University Blue, we're going back to some domination very likely, so it's going to be pretty tough.
PSU Blue might have found the sauce. This NC State Red. Do they ego? Do they like, hey, we can handle this? This is just a flash in the pan. They're gonna go back to domination here, I believe, right?
Oh,
and
man.
why this map? Why? Why?
Because
Why?
they knew we were casting Chippy, and they said, you know what? This is going to be the energy, the cursed energy that we bring into the map pool so that we can get the win here. So we'll have to see.
All right, NC State Red. I don't even know if I want to root for you guys anymore. I don't know if I want to root for the three. Because now you've chose this map. Now I'm low key.
Oh,
I'm like,
man.
I hope you guys get reverse swept for making me play this or watch this map here. NC State Red though, this is a map choice. They go opt into this domination map here. Hell's Heaven. Groot Moon Knight, not as effective, right? Because of how fast and frequent the fights are. You don't have as much time to build those ultimates. Also, NC State Red looked absolutely dominant on their first domination map, right? We chalked it up. Oh, this is going to be a 3-0. The way they're playing.
Lost.
Yeah, Penn State looked very, very lost. They may have found something here with
Didn't
that
they
Storm
get like
Moon Knight.
one final hit like after that first sub map as well, from what I remember? I think that was the case, yeah. So
yeah,
like,
they didn't really get to touch the map. They didn't really get to do much. They didn't get to play Marvel Rivals. They watched NC State Red play Marvel Rivals. That's kind of what happened there. So maybe this is a shift in momentum for PSU Blue. I am interested to see what they're going to cook up here. I'm going to be interested in more if NC State Red feels that any of these certain heroes are going to be, ban worthy. I think the big thing that came in clutch that we kind of touched on a little bit, but I think came into fruition with that final ban, PSU Blue opted in to ban away the Cloak and Dagger. Cloak and Dagger, one of the few heroes that I think can survive some of those like Omega Hurricane, Strangling Prison combinations and stuff like that because of how good their ultimate is and the bubble and stuff like that. Also, the Terror Capes are just very good at deterring something like a Storm and deterring something like a Strangling Prison or a Groot there. So maybe we see NC State Red prioritize the Cloak save, although they have been saving Invis a lot.
yeah, we have seen a lot of Invis saves. I mean, I'm curious if NC State continues to ban the mag, right? Because there might be some bigger things on their books to prioritize there as well. So really curious what we see there. Players also asking for like what the better option is for like last ban here. So they're trying to strategize exactly what the ban order is going to be based on this map. So NC State University Blue will get the last ban here. NC State Red will get the first ban as well, just based on the way things have been going. First protect, of course, for Penn State University on their side too. So might be a way that they can play the cards in their favor depending on that order. That's the like only advantage you have based on the sides for domination.
So we get through the bans here. NC State Red. I ban the Moon Knight. Just do it.
First ban Moon Knight?
Yeah,
That risky to go through. So like
Aura. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not gonna let Gambit go through. They don't want to have Gambit never folding every single time. Potential Gambit Loki even at that point. Penn State Blue, I mean, yeah, get rid of the Venom. The Venom we saw also on that domination, right, which was part of the reason why it was banned every single time afterwards. Groot is, of course, going to be locked in again, but the Moon Knight, I think, has to be a ban from NC State Red. And if they do ban the Moon Knight, do you think they lock in the Magneto on Penn State University Blue because that had been banned every time?
Ooh, that's true. Mag has been banned every map so far by NC State Red. Instead,
There it is.
there's the Moon Knight ban. I like that. No ego. NC State's like, hey, this is the only way they're beating us. We have to force them to beat us on something else. If they are crutching, that's probably the word they're using. I'm not saying PSU's blue crutching, but I'm sure NC State Red, the way I know Marvel Rivals players, oh man, they're just crutching on Moon Knight and Groot. We just take that away. Like that is probably the conversation they're having as the Phoenix does get banned away. And
There it
Vaudeville,
is.
your crystal ball, I don't know where you got it from because mine is broken. Magneto saved here for PSU Blue. What else you got? You got the lottery numbers? You got something?
I guess so. You know, I've seen all of the different futures from this through Doctor Strange, and the only one where Penn State University wins is if they lock that Magneto. So that's what we see happen there. Cloak and Dagger saved from NC State Red. I'm really curious to see if we see any of those, basketball throws from the Meteor M because of how fast it is now. It's almost like you're throwing a
Mach
pitch in
speed.
baseball.
That thing
Ooh,
is
the
so
Vanpool ban.
fast. Yeah, Vanpool as well. PSU Blue just executed on that a lot better. But
We have
there's the
Elsa.
Invisible Woman.
We have Elsa.
Yeah, Elsa is available here. Who can play the broken hero better, guys? That's what it's going to come down to. Unfortunately, throw all other 5 heroes out the window for both of these squads. Who is the better Elsa will determine this map.
I mean, Kintera was looking pretty good on Moon Knight, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they are going to be the one. It's them between them and Nephrons, and both duelists were having their own highlight shows between each map. So really comes down to it. No Nephrons on. Oh, are they going for the Portal Kidnap play out the gate? Yes, they are. NC State Red. They saw it work out well last time they played Domination, and they're thinking maybe Penn State Blue forgot this happened. Oh, the damage boosted Elsa too. Oh no.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Dire Straits
I didn't even
right
think
now.
about that.
Yeah, damage boosted Mantis is available. I mean, this is an Elsa comp from PSU Blue. They're not relying on anything else here. NC State, they're going to look for something a little bit different. They're going to go for a cheeky play. Jeez.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
I'm just so curious how the neutral is going to be between these two teams because that's going to be the biggest difference maker in my mind. So Portal is coming through. We'll see if they get a kidnap from it. Waiting
Got 2
to
last
see.
time.
Wait, are they both portaling?
Oh,
No
oh,
shot.
oh,
They're both
uh-oh.
portaling. They're going for the counter portal play.
Ah!
They actually get the kidnap onto them instead. Oh my goodness. NC State Red. Oh, unfortunately, the counter portal did not work.
They got 2 elims, but PSU Blue is going to take the point first, I believe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so they basically like went away far enough so that they could have enough people on the objective and just sacrificed a couple of their members to get captured, which is so interesting. I mean, it works out in their favor well enough because the rest of them could just swap because it's so early in the round. So I kind of like the play from Penn State University Blue. They knew that they were going to go for a similar strategy because it worked out last time. Now it comes down to the neutral game.
Yeah, double shield tank coming out from NC State Red to try to at least mitigate Kintaro here, who is on the solo Elsa DPS, which is more than enough. Nephrons, though, doing a good job confirming some of these elims. The pulls from Igor, by the way. This is what's make or breaking NC State Red's composition. Every time he gets a pull, it's onto a key member. There's that damage booted. Elsa does go down, though. Having all those resources dumped into you and you still losing that 1v1 is devastating, is backbreaking. But that portal play that NC State Red, they ended up getting 2 elims, but 47% was gained by PSU Blue.
Yeah, that's a solid percentage for them. And I think that was the biggest difficulty, right, for Penn State last time, is that they gave up
guys.
so much space to their opponents, and unfortunately, they couldn't really do too much. And NC State Red, they kind of needed to group up a little bit on the objective because they're not getting as much percentage as they would have liked. So a bit too focused on the eliminations maybe here. They do have the Apex Predator available to them for no Nephron, so really going to come down to how they combo that. And speaking of ultimates, they have the ultimate hand available to them.
Ooh, here comes the Meteor coming in. Woo!
block.
Unfortunately, does get blocked there. Dragon Floss, top the Eternal Bond as well. Dexwo does take flank Asian out. Copy from Jero here. Strangling Prison. Gets thrown down. Nephrons takes down Miles, but the team around NC State Red is going down. Unfortunately, Nephrons cannot do enough. 50%. 52, let's say. No, 51. All right. 51% gathered by NC State Red here. A lot was burned for PSU Blue, though, Vaudible.
Yeah.
They only got Meteor M and Soul Resurgence online. When you look on the side of NC State Red, they've got a lot more.
Yeah, I think NC State Red kind of have the win condition on this one, especially if they can use the Apex Predator properly to take out the ultimate holders of Penn State University. So we're going to come down to the usage of that. We do have the God of Mischief popped, and it will be the Eternal Bond. Meteor M is going to come out in a mere moment here. That is a great positioning, though, and they almost got it off at the perfect time because of that extra speed from it. But Soul Resurgence comes out, Eye of Agamotto to counter it instead, and they even get sedated, but doesn't matter. Glotrox comes through, the KOs galore, and unfortunately for Quintero, they do have to back off.
34 HP, living on a sliver of health. The extra dash bonus health is just enough here. And Quintero, damage boosted, guns a-blazing, is absolutely putting...
Stagger.
Yeah, the stagger onto NC State Red. That's diabolical. Do they have the TP available, though? They should. Yeah, they used it at the beginning of the round here. Are they going to be able to go through, though? To overtime. Guys!
Waited a little bit too much time to try and jump through the portal. Thankfully, there was just a hair's length available to them to get onto the objective, so they are able to position well enough. Penn State University Blue actually completely back off and wait to try and build up their ultimates to engage again.
Ooh, nice Apex Predator, though, coming out from NC State
Both
Red.
Vanguards.
And again, both Vanguards get absolutely annihilated here. A lot of strategists willing to fight onto the point here. Honestly, just back out. I don't think it's worth it. You're 99%. You just need to win one more team fight.
NC State Red's been doing a great job, though, holding onto their ultimates, barely using any for these team fights, mainly rallying behind that Apex Predator, and I think that's the way to go. Make it so that the other team wastes theirs, have yours locked in, and that way you can build up that percentage on the objective as much as you can. So that was a huge team fight win for them. Let's see if they can rally behind it, though, because that's going to be the biggest difference maker. If they can get an early pick, that'll be potentially the win for them on this point one.
Eternal Bond. Not used just yet. A bit preemptive from OG Slayer. And it looks like they're going to have to match in kind. Dragon Floss pops theirs as well. Blank Asian has the copy. Kraken Impact is available. Strangling Prison gets thrown down. The Glotrox does get thrown in. Jero goes down, though. That's a crucial strategist. Not available. Big Eye of Agamotto from IM Arch there. Lands onto multiple members. Actually, that was the copy from Blank Asian, and it's just not enough. Soul Resurgence comes in. PSU Blue managed to sneak this point from under NC State Red's nose.
This is a huge change of pace for Penn State University Blue. I'm liking that they're building just the wall of China right in front of the point, just in case they've swapped the Spider-Man at the last moment and try to get onto the objective, but not as easy on the frozen airfield. We talked about earlier that we have seen so many Game 5s together, Shivy. This might be a potential case for it to happen again, especially if things continue this way. But, yes, I might have cursed things. I'm happy about it, though. I mean, to get to see top-level gameplay from these two D1 schools in collegiate Marvel Rivals, wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, we talked about, potential 2 double 3-0 night for us. We don't really have that. Talked about maybe the tournament changing the name, right? It's something else. Maybe the Juju is
Forge
gone.
Trials, yeah.
Yeah, the Forge Trials. Maybe the Forge Trials have thrown the bad Juju away. No, unfortunately, NC State Red cannot escape Vaudeville and Chibi. They might be going to a Game 5 here. They are one sub-map away from getting reverse swept potentially here. PSU Blue need to take this domination map, and they need to win the next choice, whatever NC State Red's choice will be, whether it's a convoy or convergence. It is up to them. But first, let's see if PSU Blue can actually take it here. Elims and final hits, relatively even. Like I said, it's a battle of which Elsa is better. And unfortunately, because Quintero is just getting more resources, the damage boost, the extra, elims, the finals, like he is just outperforming Nephrons, but only ever so slightly.
We only saw 4 final hits last domination from Penn State University against NC State Red. They have 13 more already after that first sub-map. It's insane to see the change in momentum from these teams, and we'll definitely see if they can take the Glotrox off the map. And no, they didn't time it properly, so both of the Vanguards will stay alive.
Oh, they didn't time it like you said. They're just going to be able to walk back onto point. Deswo is just going to dunk on Igor, who is hiding in the corner. He's like, bro, what did I do to you? Arch does take Kintaro down, though. That's Duelist taken away from PSU Blue, which is a lot of their damage. Mind you, they're running a triple strategist, double tank composition, but it doesn't matter. Dexwo is able to confirm some of those eliminations, and if Nephrons does not mess up that Apex Predator, we're looking at a very different fight.
Massive usages of these ultimates from Penn State University Blue in comparison to NC State Red, and you can tell that the pressure's getting to them. They felt on top of the world after the first 2 maps and thought the world was their oyster, that they could do whatever necessary to get the wins, and Penn State University were just going to roll over, but they're in the playoffs for a reason, and you can see exactly why, and also why NC State Red weren't the #1 seed out of their pool either, because of this potential comeback. The ice maybe not there, it's been melted instead by the warming of Penn State University Blue, and they keep the damage going, the stagger as well, and this is another point going in their favor.
I have just not been liking OG Slayer's media ramps. They just have not been good. They've been whiffing very consistently, and that's the big difference maker as well here. I feel like Dexwell, a fantastic Magneto. We saw why it's getting banned away from him. He is just absolutely clinical on these media rams and understanding the kill combos with the bursts and the left click, right click, left click. Mag nerfs, like, that doesn't even, you know, sway him. He doesn't feel like it's nerfed if it's in this guy's hands.
Great look so far. Waiting for Quintero, though, to use the Apex Predator. They got one in their trap, but not the time for it. They're waiting for the positioning of NC State Red to get on the objective and then send them packing
looking
off
for
the map.
it.
Or actually, it's just going to go here instead.
Bye-bye.
Say sayonara to part of the team, but there will be the Heaven's Retribution coming out from Arch to see if they can at least push them off the objective.
Miles pops the Soul Resurgent. Igor has Kraken Impact, but doesn't even going to do anything. They have to wait out so much of this. They're going to get a reset here. Another one potentially comes in onto the clone. Looking into the back line here, pushing the group back into the team. Overtime Candle is wicking, though. Igor does not get the reset. Eternal Bond has been used. Strangling Prison layered on top. Blank Asian is not there with the copy. And like you said, PSU Blue are going to take us to a map 5.
What is happening in front of our screens right now, Shibby? NC State Red seemed like they were a shoo-in for the victory earlier on, but now it is all done and dusted. This is their Infinity War, and unfortunately, they have been snapped in half as they are sent to map 5.
The curse lives on. The bad juju is still available. NC State Red are going to have to go to another map 5 with us casting here. PSU Blue take the last 2 maps. They take the convoy map. They utterly dominate this domination map. It's crazy how night and day they look. Domination map 1, NC State Red only allowed 4 final hits from PSU Blue. Flip the script. I mean, just look at it. OG Slayer, Arch, nobody's going above 4 themselves. Kintaro, damage boosted. Just absolutely juiced to the gills on this Elsa. Just amazing, amazing play there.
Yeah, I mean, so we
Wild.
talked about this earlier about like the uncommon traits, right? Shout out to Army National Guard, again, our sponsor for this. Find your calling at nationalguard.com. But I want to go back to Penn State University Blue. They brought that Big Ten energy with this reverse sweep that we see for them. The overwhelming damage, it's there. We've seen it. They've changed it up, and it's working out in their favor. And the ultimate coordination. We talked about it being a major win condition. It has been, and it was. They have done everything right for them to get to this map 5. And I think the big thing, though, on the other end, Shivy, is we got to talk a little bit more about their counterparts in NC State Red. I think we talked about, you know, what they have going for them, right? Their strong backline that we saw before. They had some great damage themselves, and they seemed like a newer program that had a lot of aspirations, but I think that them being a newer program is also kind of not working out as much in their favor when it comes to the mentality of trying to clutch things up in these big moments.
Big Ten energy coming through. I mean, we say duelists. I mean, honestly, it's just one of them dropping ego, saying, hey, I'm going to put my faith, I'm going to put my baskets in the Kintaro, you know, basket here. I'm going to put the eggs there and say, hey, you know what? Let's see if we can actually, you know, win this map. Hall of
Ooh.
Djalia. The final point here. NC State Red, though, are they going to opt in to take defense? Like you said,
They
right?
need to.
They've
Like every
they've
time
taken
they've
offense.
been doing attack first, yeah, which is odd because typically you see a team go on defense instead. So maybe they feel a little bit more confident on attack, and that could be exactly why we saw it countered last time on Midtown. So comes down to this one final map between these two teams of the Djalia. I mean, wouldn't want it any other way. There's so much potential for this as well. So NC State Red looks like they are opting for attack again. So they're going it back, running it back, trying to see if they can make it the distance with some extra time this go around. Because last time they were in OT, didn't have any extra minutes available to them once it got to the final hours for them in that Midtown convoy.
It'll be interesting to see what the strategy is here, because we talked about NC State Red banning the Moon Knight and forcing PSU Blue to win on something else. I didn't say win on something else. I said win on something else, Vaudable. Not let that go. I know that was terrible. That was terrible.
I get it. I get it.
That was a bad one. That was a bad one. Anyways,
It's a late
NC
night.
State. Yeah, it's pretty late for you. Night is still young for me. What, 8:45 p.m. in the West Coast, but getting a little bit delirious. Let's see if NC State Red is getting a little delirious here as he ban away the Groot this time around. Not the Moon Knight, so maybe taking the combo away, but there's the Gambit! Vaudable, the Gambit goes through.
Oh my gosh, chaos is unleashed here, and we'll probably have, I was about to say, so they're letting the Gambit go through, which means they're going to be locking down
no Loki.
the Star-Lord. No Loki, which is good. You have to do that. You cannot allow both of them to be online. And NC State Red, in my opinion, feel like the better team with Star-Lord specifically. I mean, we saw them use it so efficiently earlier on in the first two maps,
Yes.
so I like how they are securing that for themselves and really making it so that they're targeting the strong suit 100% of Penn State University Blue. Moon Knight, we don't really see it as much with Gambit. There's a couple of other options, and yes, we're getting that Rogue save. I was curious if we're going to get that saved or banned. Rogue didn't even get touched with a single nerf
Mag ban?
in this last patch. So yeah, mag ban potentially, but I think they have other worries. I think ban pool potentially instead, actually.
No, I
Or
feel
Elsa.
like
Elsa could. Oh, Mantis. Yeah, that makes sense. Mantis makes sense. You don't want damage as well, boosted with all of this craziness going on. I think Elsa's getting through again.
Elsa's probably going to get through, but PSU Blue, their Vanguard, he just looked better on Mag than anything else. Like, he was hitting rocks.
No Elsa.
Oh.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, I get it. I
Do
get
they
it.
not
You don't
feel
want to have
confident?
both
Do they not
available.
feel confident?
No, I mean,
Do they
like,
not feel confident?
I think their win condition this time, like, they want to focus around their Vanguard line, right? Magma Bacon felt so good on the Magneto, and they have the team up with the Gambit too. They can actually have some extra damage from that as well, which I get. So Miles actually, though, on the Namor. Namor's really good on this map, especially with the position, like, right above the sightline of the first capture point. So I get it on that end as well. I'm really just curious on what we see from NC State Red. Penny play, and I don't think it's a Penny play where they're going for a kidnap either, so they're just playing straight up Penny Parker. Okay. Or could be just for the shields, actually, now I mentioned that.
Why is Magma Bacon walking out on Mag? Dexwa was the... Oh, I see. That's okay. That's all you need to say. I feel like Dexwa was just a dominant Magneto there, but maybe he's got a rogue that I don't know about. Zippy Twins and Blank Asian, though, both have Lord Gambit. They both are very experienced on this. The big decider, I think, that you mentioned, Vaudable, is this,
Who's the better
Star-Lord.
Gambit? And who's the better Star-Lord?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, who's the better Star-Lord? We saw Igor as him, like you said, use it to really good effectiveness, but Miles of Lag might need to show us something here. I hate this skin, by the way.
You don't like the Happy Holidays?
No, the gun noise is just the worst, and also, I mean, I like the old line. It's funny, but yeah, this skin, like when you're spectating it, it feels so terrible to listen to.
Like pea shooters.
Yeah, sure.
That's a
Oh,
great bubble. Oh my gosh. Save the life
15-second
of the
cooldown though
Star-Lord.
from Magma Bacon. Saves the life of the Star-Lord. Unfortunately, does go down here. OG Slayer on the Angela. Now, Angela comps do very well here. right on this map specifically. Very classic combination. I like that Nefrons has swapped over to the Hela as well. No more Punisher shenanigans, just playing one of the best hit scans in the game.
Liking the angles from them too. Even with Penn State University kind of backing off and still having an angle to get towards the objective. The portal did come through, and I don't think they realized too much, but they do have to back off completely from the objective. That does waste the portal a little early in my opinion though, especially because there's so much time remaining for NC State Red. So we'll see what happens here. If they can get the eliminations, it would be huge for Penn State University Blue, but if they do get taken out themselves, it's going to have no second chance for them to get on the objective. That's massive. 2 KOs on the Duelist lineup.
Miles takes down Arch. A lot of ultimates were built for PSU Blue, by the way.
Yeah,
it felt like they were building it
NC
faster.
State.
Both strategists have ultimates available. Zippy can just win this next fight. Igor, though, is closer to that Galactic Legend than Miles of Lag. The window is very tight for NC State Red, but they do have an opportunity for the Raging Royal Flush plus Galactic Legend combo to potentially kill through whatever PSU Blue is willing to throw.
They need to do it very soon, though, and that's exactly what they're doing. As soon as it's available to them, they are going to proc it, and the Zippy Twins will use theirs as well. Heartbreaker to see if that's enough for them to get the damage necessary and also reduce more of the strategist ultimates from NC State Red. Igor as him goes down immediately, and Miles of Flag has theirs available. Yeah, it's not going to be comboed, but they still have it available if they need it later on. And unfortunately for NC State Red, they are torn apart at the seams. Dance of the Butterfly for good measure from Quintero. They're getting completely full held here.
It's tough. NC State Red. You have Dragon Floss's invisible boundary to counter the Galactic Legend, but what are you going to do when Magma Bacon Ai Vagamoto's your face? Sorry. Nefrons, though, this Goddess of Death has to be massive. OG Slayer has the Heaven's Retribution. They can look for that combo and potentially take down multiple members. Arch has Psionic Seduction online as well. If I'm giving the ultimate economy advantage, it's coming over to NC State Red ever so slightly. PSU Blue have to be absolutely surgical in what they're willing to use here.
Been the biggest difficulty for NC State Red here, though, as well, like knowing exactly which ultimates to use at the right time, especially to get those crucial eliminations. And Magma Bacon, he is able to stay up that entire time. They had to get eliminated, but perfect invisible boundary though. So Miles does get one ultimate available to them, but they're not going to use it here. They're going to wait for the next fight potentially because everyone is going down, and I think that's a wise assessment of theirs. Unfortunately, they didn't find the right timing for it, and they were hoping Zippy Twins would be able to build up their ult charge fast enough, but maybe forgot a little bit about the ult charge nerf.
Actually chase him down to Diabolical Stagger, 7 seconds until he comes back. Yeah, PSU Blue. They were at a disadvantage. It was tough, but NC State Red just kind of ult dumped them, and it's tough because if you're getting psionically seduced, you can't pop your ultimate. You've got to back out. Nefron still has the Goddess of Death available. I think they have to either take down Magma Bacon's shield or just take him down entirely for Nefrons to get any sort of kill confirms with this ult.
Really just waiting for those ultimates to come up still. I mean, that is what Miles is focusing on here with Zippy Twins. And we were talking about this at the start, that the Galactic Legends are going to be the difference maker, but they do have it available. They go out first. No! Miles can't even use it, and the Ranger Royal Flush is wasted from Zippy Twins. That's another fight without using Galactic Legend. Even the Heartbreaker wasted at the end, too, and they get eliminated for it.
Ooh, PSU Blue choking at the end here. They are not able to pop their ultimates like you mentioned. They're just holding on to it. Shades of Game 1 and Game 2 rearing their ugly head here. Where's the PSU Blue from 3 and 4? Why is this version coming out now?
Not what we want to see from PSU Blue, but you can tell that the pressure is getting to them. NC State Red, they have a stronger base. The mid-range that we've seen from them is a little bit better, and I love no Nefrons on this Hela. It's actually just making it so that PSU Blue can't have any free reign of moving towards the objective and completely forced back to checkpoint 3 after the second checkpoint has been taken. I've never seen that.
Got to back out. NC State Red do have the ability to chase, right? They have Angela, they have Star-Lord. You've got a lot here, and it turns out the Gambit, duel, the Gambit Mirror not working in the favor of PSU Blue. Dance of the Butterfly does get popped. Invisible Boundary gets layered on top. Miles finally pops the Galactic Legend, but I don't think it's enough because they're just in the Invisible Boundary.
Oh, no.
It's healing them up. OG Slayer takes down Miles. PSU Blue, the time you choose to ult is absolutely horrendous as NC State Red flipped the fight entirely in their favor.
This is the greatest comeback for NC State Red that they could have hoped for. Went down to the wire, but the ult misusage of PSU Blue is also working on their side. They must have a double agent, a Hydra agent on PSU Blue's end in their favor. And speaking into their ears and saying, you just have to hold on to your ult one more team fight and eventually it'll work. But no, you can't afford to do that, especially in a game such as Marvel Rivals. But there is going to be the Eternal Bond going through. Will create some space for PSU Blue, and NC State Red does have to reset.
Miles has given up on the Star-Lord. I can't do it. I can't match Igor. He's just too good. The combination.
Quintero's on it.
Yeah, Quintero is going to swap over to the Star-Lord instead. Zippy has Rage and Royal Flush. Heartbreaker available in 15%. Look on the side of NC State Red, though. Arch. Psionic Seduction could be massive here. If he can get that onto Zippy before the fight starts, PSU Blue might not have Rage and Royal Flush available. Keep your eye on Igor as he's going to be hunting down Gambit in the meantime.
OG Slayer just waiting for that off angle to go for the kidnap and try and combo with it. Maybe see if they can focus on the Gambit and take them out quickly before they can use their Royal Flush, but it's not going to be as effective as they would have liked.
Zippy
that
goes
time.
down!
Instead, Hella is going to have the Goddess of Death, though, and they will do some good damage on the back lane, and everyone eliminated from PSU Blue, and some extra effort damage towards the spawn, trying one last-ditch effort to get onto the objective, but they do get eliminated right before they touch. That's a lot better of a performance from NC State Red than we saw in Midtown, and some extra time to boot.
29 seconds and counting. NC State Red, the gamble of going offense first might pay off here. The elims, look at the finals, specifically Igor, 9 to his name. Absolutely hard diffing whatever PSU Blue is throwing at them. And OG Slayer on the Angela, I had my doubts because they were going back and forth. They definitely had it in their bag throughout the maps, but I never felt it was super effective. But this map, specifically Hall of the Dahlia, I think is one of Angela's better maps here because of how much verticality is allowed and how much space you're allowed to contest and just kind of threaten, right? If you hear that fighter jet behind you, you have to have your eyes in the back of your head. It's a super threatening, it's like an aura, right? It's like a threatening aura where you have so much space to play with that they don't know when the hit is coming from this Angela. So PSU Blue not doing a really good job tracking where this Angela is and not doing a really good job of comboing their ultimates. A problem that they had in Game 1 and Game 2 that we thought they had fixed in 3 and 4, but's now come back from the dead, essentially.
Even with the rebalancing of Angela, honestly, a lot of Angela players have been saying that she feels even cleaner than she used to, just based on the way the timings of the cooldowns work and how much more she can do on the ground in comparison to just being that fighter jet, as you mentioned. But OG Slayer continuing to see if they can rain terror from above against PSU Blue and make them question their positioning. And that positioning has been a big Achilles heel for them that has been exploited time and time again by the arrows being shot by NC State Red.
OG Slayer looking to make some noise, looking to disrupt here. Jero has swapped over to the Invisible Woman, maybe to try to deal with this Angela, as they are just trying to get a bead on this fighter jet, and they're just wasting so much time. 30 seconds have already been thrown off the clock, by the way.
So much time wasted with this other route that they're trying to take, and unfortunately getting separated just a little bit. Gambit doing what they can to try and build up that ult charge as quickly as possible. OG, I don't know what the strategy was there, but they are still going to be able to put the pressure on. But both the duelists on NC State Red going down and PSU Blue kind of winning out in this team fight, I'd say.
So far, we'll see. NC State Red, though, OG Slayer has been contesting the point so far, 51% and counting. Bubble has been used. Zippy is just watching as the rest of his team has to go down because they have to patty cake, so none of the duelists are going to get anything. OG Slayer coming alive on this last map. The dude is absolutely unkillable.
That's the problem. I thought OG Slayer, when they were going directly into the entire team, that the rest of them would turn around and take them down, but the target acquisition is the struggle here for PSU Blue on this map. We saw how good it was in the last two, but this go-around, they've just lost all the wits that we saw before.
Dragonfloss has the invisible boundary available to counter anything that's going to be thrown their way. Duxwo has said, hey, this Angela hero pretty good. Let me see if I can potentially show you how to scratch it as NC State Red. Igor is him, has Galactic Legend available. The combo from Blank and Igor is online. Are they going to choose to pop in here? Or are they going to wait a little bit?
I think they're going to wait just until we do see the Rage and Royal Flush come through, and that's exactly what happens here. And now Invisible Boundary, though, to counter, seeing if they can get anyone from the other end, but Igor is him, actually going to get countered by Quintero. This is a great look from Penn State University, and they will be able to get at least a tick here. Finally, they get a stagger as well on it to the Hela. So that's actually massive. They did escape, I believe, though. So TP, there is technically time because the Hela is able to touch, but no, they went and do the ultimate. So instead, they can't do anything, and it gets canceled out too.
Nephrons tried their best here. Goddess of Death, like you said. Just trying to stall a little bit. Maybe that extra sliver second. Heaven's Retribution, though, coming in. They say want to take a fight right now. They want to stop them here, just under the garage. Fortunately, no confirms are available. And OG Slayer does go down. Arch takes down Miles, though. Duelist available for NC State Red. Hella has gone down. Dexwo has Heaven's Retribution. Maybe looking to combo with Magma Bacon? No, never mind. They're just going to look to try to dry fight this afterwards. Unfortunately, no follow-up means no KOs. NC State Red can just park it in reverse.
I like the swap for Penn State University Blue, and I think they've been making a big change for them as well, but I don't agree with that invisible boundary. I think that was a bit of a panic usage, and that will give NC State Red free reign to walk.
Zippy, 10% in counting. Intro, 20% in counting. Rasian Royal Flush, Galactic Legend, right? Those two ults have been the deciding factor in every one of these, big team fights that's going to swing momentum in their favor here. NC State Red, I don't really have a lot to work with. I'm looking at Arch. Can he get a good ult going? I think you just walk this out, guys. You don't even worry about it. That's a bad ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is OG going down earlier on makes it so that they don't have any of that extra pressure that they're able to put onto PSU Blue, so they have to give some respect to it. It does create the space that they were wanting to, and honestly, the Goddess of Death hasn't really been known recently to get too many eliminations, so it does work out a little bit, but we do have more ultimates coming through, and the Galactic Legend immediately going out into the toilet from Quintero. Everyone is vanquished from PSU Blue, and again, Igor is him, showing that he is a true Star-Lord.
NC State Red's Galactic Flush is just a little bit better. PSU Blue, unfortunately, cannot get the timing down. Quintero or Miles, doesn't matter who you throw on Star-Lord. You can throw Zippy for all I care. NC State Red are just playing a better 1-2 punch.
They baited them into the Gambit save, and, well, now they can read it and weep if things continue this way. They have a full house into their hand, and they are bluffing, saying, give it your all. And the other team, unfortunately, doesn't have anything to work with, but are doing what they can to see if they can turn things around in their favor and win it out.
Ooh, Nephrons needs to hit some of these shots, needs to hit some of these headshots specifically to confirm some of these eliminations. Dragonfloss, Invisible Boundary, up in 10%. OG Slayer, Heaven's Retribution, that might be the difference maker. Jero, though, has their own boundary. Magma Bacon, 15% in counting on this Eye of Agamotto. Gonna be massive. Nice Heaven's Retribution. Lands onto multiple members. Forces out the invisible boundary. Dragonfloss is gonna respond in kind. It's up to Magma Bacon. This Eye of Agamotto has to be huge.
I like this flank, though, from No Nephrons. Also getting the stun onto them, too, so
Stop!
the backline can't even do too much here as well. And OG Slayer also able to do some great damage with the kidnap. No Nephrons just being a nuisance on the backline. Unfortunately, didn't get the picks that they wanted. But Arch does have the portal play here, trying to go for the counter portal. We do also have OG Slayer going for the Assassin's Charge to cancel if they can.
Oh, they get portaled out, though. They don't know. Unfortunately, that counter portal isn't able to actually go through. They have to go through the back. Let's see. Kintaro has the Galactic Legend available along with the Raging Royal Flush. NC State Red do get wiped here. Nephron's unfortunately taking a very long angle, and it looks like NC State Red are going to give PSU Blue another shot.
Oh no, they got a little bit too confident on that one. They didn't stop the portal play. They tried to go for the counter portal, and it actually just worked against them. So they will recover Penn State University Blue by the graces of the mistakes from NC State Red. And we saw the mistakes from Penn State University Blue be the reason NC State was able to even get to that third checkpoint. So mistakes might be the reason why both these teams are in Division 2, but it doesn't make it entertaining to say the least.
Igor's him, blank Asian. Galactic Flush available. Are they going to wait a little bit longer? Nephrons gets a nice dry kill onto Dexwo. That's going to be big. Going to force PSU Blue Black. Going to force them to at least reevaluate their plan of attack momentarily. Miles of Lag does have Goddess of Death, but NC State Red have the trump card, right? You said they're bluffing. I don't think so now, Vaudable. They're waiting. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity to pop this when 30 seconds or less are left here. Are they going to go for the Galactic Flush? Are they going to take this out? Never mind. They're going to go double Goddess of Death. Igor is him has now popped it. A little late, but it might be just enough. Dragonfloss and the rest of NC State Red wipe PSU Blue. Dexwo is the only one available, standing, flying, whatever you want to say. Can they actually put it into overtime? Miles of Lag has swapped over, and he says no! Get denied! OG Slayer from the top ropes!
NC said, no, sir, we are not going to an overtime once more. We are stopping it here and now. And OG Slayer has to be the MVP in my mind, especially with the way that they are able to stop the potential stall from the Captain America at the end. And yes, they are. So many final hits, so many pressure scenarios where they are able to relieve it from their front line and make it so that the rest of the team of Penn State University Blue always had to have one eye over the back of their own shoulder. So NC State Red are the ones getting the victory. Ignore the screen there, as it will be them taking the win this time. And unfortunately for Penn State University Blue, they are going to have to go back to the drawing board in the lower bracket of playoffs.
Absolutely thrilling back and forth here. PSU Blue almost conduct the most diabolical reverse sweep ever, right? After getting trounced in map 1 and map 2, coming back and just looking amazing, right? Looking like a well-oiled machine, a brand new team in 3 and 4, to then come to a nail-biter finish. NC State Red, masterful gambit from them as they allow that hero to literally. I wasn't even trying on that one. They let Gambit through, and they just beat them time and time again. OG Slayer as well coming up big there, I think was massive, simply because he was relatively quiet for most of the series, but that Angela was the difference maker, as you saw, right? I mean, multiple eliminations onto the Star-Lord, multiple, instances where they were supposed to go down, but they didn't. They wasted so much time. So very well played to NC State Red as they work their way onto the upper bracket. Like you said, PSU Blue do have to make their way through the lower bracket here, but I don't know if this is the last we see of them, Vaudable.
Yeah, well, NC State Red looks like they will be moving on to face off against Temple Esports Cherry. That is the #1 seed in this bracket. So best of luck for that matchup, which looks like it'll be happening tomorrow off stream. They might be doing their own coverage of it. So definitely recommend keeping an eye on that in the League OS for NECC. But that's all the time we have for today, Shibby. This has been day 1 of the Forge Trials, the playoffs leading into the Forge LAN in San Antonio, May 13th to the 17th. And the Forge Trials is presented by the Army National Guard. Answer the call of the unknown at nationalguard.com. And with that, Shibby, we do have to say goodbye, as it is a little late on the East Coast, but it's been a great time. Shout out to our production crew in the background who's been with us through it all, and we'll see you next time.
Forget someone's name mid-conversation. Count your tips at the end of your shift. Buy something disappointing off the internet. This is not one of those days. few weeks a year, and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.